Good morning. I will start the recording,
This meeting is being recorded.
and the floor is yours.
Good morning.
Thank you. Morning, everyone. Now that I
Good
have my camera on, I can see that I am not centered, and you're seeing my office. So maybe I'll put a blurry on the back there. So good morning to everybody. It's good to see faces. Haven't done a meeting with actual video yet, so I'm happy to see everybody. Today is May 27th, and this is the second BPPE Advisory Committee meeting for 2021. The first thing that we typically do is a quick welcome, so welcome, and then go through the committee members and have each committee member give a quick introduction of themselves. And for example, are you an institutional representative? Are you a public representative? Just so those who are tuning in know who we are. So I will start, and then I'll just call on people. I think that's probably the easiest way, so people don't all talk at once. My name is Kate Lee Carey. I am the chair of the committee, and I am an institutional representative. I'm an attorney with Cooley LLP. I will move to my vice chair. Margaret, can you introduce yourself?
Hi, this is Margaret Ryder. I am a consumer representative on the committee.
Thanks, Margaret. Next up, Lee Farron.
Good morning. My name is Lee Farron. I'm a consumer representative, and I'm an attorney at the Public Law Center Legal Services Organization.
Thanks. Morning, Lee. Next up, Diana Amaya.
Good morning, everyone. Diana Amaya. I'm a public member.
Good morning, Diana. Next up, Kansan Chu.
Hi, my name is Kansan Chu. I'm the newest member of the board. I'm from the public. Thank you.
Good morning. Next up, Joseph Holt.
Hello, good morning, everybody. My name is Joseph Holt, and I'm an institutional representative.
Morning, Joseph. Next up, David Weiss.
Good morning, everybody. My name is David Weiss, institutional member, been involved in this sector for 23 years in California. Welcome, Catherine.
Thank you.
Next up, Zima Creason.
Morning, Zima Creason. My hat today is past student.
All right, good morning. I'm not sure if Kevin Powers is here from Assemblymember Medina's office. DM.
He is not.
Okay. And Sarah Mason. I don't think Sarah's here either, is she?
No, she's not either.
Okay. So we have a new committee member today who I don't think any of us have met yet, and that is Melanie. Melanie, you want to introduce yourself? You're on mute, Melanie.
Starting off with a bang. Good morning. My name is Melanie Delgado. I am a consumer advocate appointee, and I am an attorney at the Children's Advocacy Institute at the University of San Diego School of Law. I have been an attorney there for 15 years, and my work focuses mostly on advocating for youth, transition age youth who are in the foster care, juvenile justice systems, and who have experienced homelessness. I got involved with the private post-secondary education because a lot of the youth with whom I work have been impacted a great deal by this. So thank you.
All right, welcome, Melanie. And last but not least, but very exciting for many of us who I think this will be our first meeting with our new BPPE Bureau Chief. So I would love if, there she is. I'm like scrolling through my pictures on the top. Debbie Cochran. Deb, why don't you introduce yourselves to the world?
Thank you so much. Let me just figure out what's my. Thank you so much for the warm welcome. I am excited to be here today. I'm very humbled by Governor Newsom appointing me to be the BPPE Bureau Chief and giving me this opportunity. Prior to joining the Bureau, so a little bit about me, I had worked in the higher education field for nearly 2 decades. Most recently, I was at the Institute for College Access and Success for the last 14 years, where I served as Executive Vice President. So during my time at TICAS, I came to understand and appreciate the role of the Bureau in ensuring quality higher education opportunities alongside robust consumer protection in California and beyond. And from that perch, I was able to learn about and engage in many of the policy debates that affect BPPE, both in California and nationally. I also had the pleasure of working alongside several members of the advisory committee in various capacities in that role. So I'm excited to get to continue building upon that here. Since joining the Bureau in April, a big focus of mine has been understanding the day-to-day work of the Bureau and its incredible staff. The team's expertise and dedication across the board is truly remarkable, and I'm learning so much from them every day. And the broader administration community of the Department of Consumer Affairs and the Business Consumer Services and Housing Agency has also been a wealth of knowledge, resources, and support. I've also been working to—
That's right. Debbie, you're a little bit hard to hear.
Oh, let me see if I can get a little closer. How's this?
Better.
Okay, I'll just lean right into it. Isn't that always a good lesson for women? I've also been working to expand my knowledge and accessibility to the broad BPPE stakeholder community. In the last month, I've had the chance to speak with schools, accrediting agencies, other DCA boards and bureaus for which BPPE shares responsibility. In some areas, I've also noticed that our stakeholder list needs updating, and we've recently sent out a survey to do just that, refresh our lists. So the meeting moderator will put the survey link into the chat. If you'd like to be included and you didn't yet add your name to that list, please do fill that out. Please do fill out the survey and pass it on to anyone else who you think would like to join. Another priority of mine in my first month has really been working to ensure the financial stability of the Bureau. And I know it's a priority that many of the stakeholders share. You know, of paramount importance to the Bureau is to being able to continue to fulfill its statutory mandates to protect consumers, both by facilitating a healthy higher education marketplace and also providing recourse and relief to students when warranted. So with respect to financial stability and fees, which I know is on the minds of many of you, the work is continuing on at this point, and there will be more details to share in the future. And finally, I just want to thank advisory committee members, this entire group, for being so generous with your time and guidance in my first month. Ensuring that these meetings are fruitful is a real priority of mine. I'm also looking for ways to engage this group and beyond, even outside of these meetings, issues of importance to the Bureau. So for example, in the coming months, we're going to be holding a town hall to hear from the community about how our next strategic plan can best position BPPE for the coming years. So stay tuned for more on that. That's all for me in my intro for right now. But in the meantime, I just say thanks again for the warm welcome and thanks in advance for the partnership.
Welcome, Debbie. We're happy to have you here, and thank you for the great intro. I know all of us have spoken to you, and it's been great to see you hit the ground running, and it's like learning a whole new thing. So we're glad to have you here. So I think with that, we have established a quorum. Richie indicated that we needed to have 6 members active, and it looks like as of now we have 9. So I think we are ready to proceed with business. Thank you all for being here. The first item on the agenda following the welcome is public comments on items not on the agenda. I will open the floor to the moderator, and she can explain the process for public comment.
This is the moderator. For today's public comment, we will be utilizing the WebEx Q&A feature. When public comment is called, if you'd like to make a public comment, you will locate the Q&A icon on your screen, which looks like a question mark inside of a square. Click on that, type "I would like to make a comment" into the text box that pops up, and submit that to all panelists. We will be allowing 3 minutes for each comment, and I will be providing a 30-second warning when your time is about to expire. We will be taking comments in the order that they are received. And we will pause for just a moment to allow individuals to locate that Q&A icon and indicate if they would like to make a comment. And I'm not seeing any requests. Would you like me to close the panel?
Yes, please. Thank you very much. Okay, so agenda item 3 is review and approval of the February 17th advisory committee meeting minutes. Did anybody have any comments, corrections, additions, anything that they want to add on these minutes before we move to accept them? So I had actually two minor things. On page 9 of the packet, under sunset review update, I feel like the 2 paragraphs there are in the wrong order because it looks like Lisa said that we didn't have dates, and then after that I asked when were the dates. So I'm assuming I asked the question first, and that was Lisa's response. So I would just flip those 2 paragraphs. And then the other one was on the top of page 10. It says Mr. Bales provided a report on the annuals with an asked reports unit. It should just be annual. And there was an extraneous comma on page 11 under agenda item 6 where it says David Double provided the status. The second sentence says he covered attachment 6A, comma, of the meeting packet. I think just a stray typo. That's all I had for the first set of minutes. Didn't seem like anybody else had anything.
No, but very impressive. I move to accept the minutes from the February meeting. This is Margaret.
Thank you, Margaret. Can we have a second?
I second.
I second it.
I got 2 seconds. I heard a woman's voice and then a man's voice. So who was the first one to say second?
Diana. But
Diana. Okay, thank you, Diana. That way we have in the record Margaret moves and Diana seconds, and I will just run through the list of folks that are here so that we can do a vote. I will start with myself. Margaret.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Madam Chair, this is your legal counsel, Michael Knotes. Forgive me for interrupting, but we will need to take public comment on the motion, and that will also serve to take public comment on the item. We'll need to take public comment on each item, but forgive me again for interrupting you.
Okay, we don't usually do public comment on the meeting minutes, but do we need to do that?
We do.
Okay.
For each agenda item under Bagley-Keene, yes.
Okay, so well, then before we do a vote, let's open the floor to public comment on, this is the first set of meeting minutes from February.
This is the moderator. We have opened the Q&A panel. If you'd like to make a comment on the February 17th meeting minutes, please click on the Q&A icon on your screen, type I would like to make a comment into the text field, and submit that to the panelists. And seeing none, I will close the panel.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion from Margaret, a second from Diana. I will go through and we can each do our voice vote. I will vote aye with the corrections. Actually, now that I say that, Margaret, can you do your motion with the minutes as corrected?
So amended.
Thank you. Diana?
second.
Thank you. Okay, so votes, myself, aye. Margaret?
Aye.
Lee?
Aye.
Thank you. Diana?
Aye.
Henson?
Aye.
Joseph?
Aye.
David?
Aye.
Zima?
Abstain. I wasn't a member yet.
Oh, thank you. And Melanie? Probably the same for you.
Same for me. Abstain. I wasn't a member yet.
All right. So 2 abstentions and 7 ayes. Thank you, everybody, for that. Next item on the agenda is sorry, lost my page here, are the minutes from the March meeting wherein we discussed the fee audit. Does anyone have any comments or notes on that set of minutes?
This is Kevin Powers. I'm listed as absent. I feel like I was there, but I honestly don't remember, because we got briefed on the fee audit in the legislature. I can't remember if I was actually at the meeting or not. I may have skipped it because I've been briefed, but that's not helpful. I'm not sure if anyone else remembers, but I'm noted as being absent. I honestly can't recall.
You know what, Kevin? Neither can I. I mean, I know I was there, but I can't remember if you were there. Richie, I think, is the one who took attendance, so I would trust Richie if he's listed you as absent. But
that's fine. I'm okay with that. I just wasn't sure.
I'll be sure to double check.
Okay, thanks.
And now, thanks, Kevin. I didn't even realize you were here, so welcome. Okay, so no notes from anybody. Then, as instructed, we can open the floor to public comment on these meeting minutes before we proceed with the vote.
This is the moderator. We have opened the Q&A panel. If you'd like to make a public comment on the minutes of March 17th, please click on the Q&A icon on your screen. Type "I would like to make a comment" into the text field and submit that to all panelists. And Chair Lee Carey, while we're waiting to see if anybody submits anything, could I ask you to lower your hand, please? And not seeing any requests, I will close the panel.
Can you tell me how to lower my hand? I don't even know how I put it up.
So on your...
There, did I do it?
You did.
All right. Thank you, moderator. So no public comments in relation to agenda item 4. Can I have a motion to approve the minutes of the March 17th committee meeting?
So moved.
Thank you, David. Can I have a second?
I'll second. This is Lee.
Hi, Lee. Thank you. And I'll just do the same thing we did last time, and I'll run through the names, and each of us can do a voice vote. So I'll start with myself. I. Margaret?
I missed part of the meeting, so I'll abstain.
Okay, thank you. Lee?
Aye.
Diana?
Aye.
Hanson?
Aye.
Joseph?
Aye.
David?
Aye.
Zima?
Aye.
And Melanie?
Abstain. I wasn't a member yet.
Thank you. Okay, Richie, did you get that?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, great. So that takes us to agenda item number 5, which is remarks by a representative of the DCA. I believe it's going to be Carrie, and I will yield the floor.
Good morning. Can everyone see and hear me? Okay, great.
Yes.
I fiddled with things, wanted to make sure it was still all right. Good morning, Chair Lee Carey, Advisory Committee members and Bureau Chief Debbie Cochran. I'm Carrie Holmes, Deputy Director of Board and Bureau Relations here at the Department of Consumer Affairs. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to provide a department update to the committee. I'd like to begin by welcoming Bureau Chief Cochran and congratulating you again on your appointment. DCA is so glad to have you here. I'd like to let the advisory committee and stakeholders know that the new Bureau Chief has really hit the ground running to tackle the big issues facing the Bureau. And we have confidence she'll do an excellent job leading us through this time of challenges and changes. DCA is always here to support you. I would also like to welcome the new committee members, Kansan Chu, public member, Zima Creason, appointed by the DCA director as a former student of an institution, and Melanie Delgado, appointed to serve as a consumer advocate. Congratulations on your appointments and thank you for your willingness to serve. With Ms. Delgado's recent appointment, the committee has only one more vacancy to fill, a student or former student to be appointed by the DCA director. Interested individuals should apply through DCA's board member resources page or reach out and I can help you. California is in a period of transition and optimism as we anticipate the reopening of the state. California will keep Existing mask guidance in place until June 15th when it aims to fully reopen the economy. All employees and visitors must still wear masks while at DCA locations. While more than 15 million Californians are fully vaccinated, there are many who are not, and the threat of variants remains. We must remain vigilant and continue public health prevention measures like masks when appropriate and getting vaccinated. DCA will continue to communicate updated guidance to the boards and bureaus. Boards and bureaus are looking ahead to what changes can be made permanent for efficiency and employee well-being, such as eliminating paper processes and maximizing telework where appropriate. DCA is receiving many questions about when and how boards and committees will be able to meet again in person. I don't have a definitive answer yet, but I would like to offer some clarification. As you know, the ability to meet remotely is tied to the governor's executive orders and the state of emergency. When those are lifted, the committee will be required to follow all aspects of the Open Meetings Act, including publicly noticed and accessible locations. We don't yet know exactly when this will happen or if any changes in the law will occur before that date. DCA will do all it can to assist the boards and bureaus to transition safely and with enough time to plan for in-person meetings. I encourage all members and the public to visit DCA's COVID-19 webpage for updates and resources on the state's reopening plan, public health guidance, vaccinator resources, vaccine distribution, and more. Finally, a reminder about required trainings for committee members. 2021 is a mandatory sexual harassment prevention training year. This means all employees and committee members are required to complete the training during this year. I want to let you know that DCA has recently added all committee members to the Learning Management System, or LMS, so you should be able to access your training and record through the same easy system DCA employees use. This is just rolling out, so stay tuned for instructions and reminders from Bureau staff. As a reminder, newly appointed and reappointed committee members should attend board member orientation training within a year. The next training is on June 23rd via WebEx. The final scheduled date in 2021 is October 13th. To register, please visit DCA Board Member Resource Center located on our homepage. As always, Board and Bureau Relations is here to help. Thank you again for the opportunity to present to your committee. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Carrie. Does anyone have anything to add? Otherwise, we can open the floor to public comment on this agenda item. All right. Moderator?
This is the moderator. We have opened the Q&A panel. If you'd like to make a comment on Ms. Holmes' presentation, please click on the Q&A icon on your screen, type "I would like to make a comment" into the text field, and submit that to all panelists. Our first comment comes from Angela Perry. Angela, your line is open and you will have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you so much. Can you all hear me?
We can.
Okay, great. My name is Angela Perry. I'm Associate Director of Policy with the Institute for College Access and Success. Thank you so much for the opportunity to make a comment this morning. I first want to express appreciation and excitement about all of the new members of our advisory committee. There are a bunch of new faces, and I am so excited to have new members. If ever there is an opportunity for the Institute for College Access and Success, our acronym TCAS, to be helpful, please do feel free to reach out. I will also, I would love to be a resource to any of the new members. I also wanted to express excitement about the new leadership at the Bureau. I've already seen some exciting new developments, and I'm thrilled to hear about the upcoming town hall mentioned by Bureau Chief Cochran in her introductory remarks. I also wanted to say that on a personal note, I am very excited about Chief Cochran's appointment, and I'm confident that her leadership will be an exciting new chapter at the Bureau. I also am encouraged by the comments from Deputy Director Holmes and echo the hope surrounding California's recovery and the state's reopening. I also appreciated the update on the transitions that will take place as in-person meetings become more common, but do want to express the hope that there will still be opportunity for the public to potentially participate or at least observe the meetings in real time and participate that way. It is helpful, especially for members of the public that can't travel. That won't be me. I will still be seeing you all in person, and I look forward to seeing you in person again soon. But just wanted to say that that has been a great benefit to the pandemic, if we can call it that. And so just expressing my hope that there will be that option going forward. Other than that, again, just excitement about all the new faces on this meeting, and appreciation for all of the hard work that this committee does. Thank you so much.
And seeing no additional requests, I will close the panel.
Thank you very much. So this will move us to agenda item 6, which is the Bureau operations update and discussion. And I think probably the best way to approach this is to have each of the sub 6A, and then we'll do comment, and 6B, and then we'll do comment. I think we've figured that has worked a little bit more seamlessly than trying to do it at the end, because there's a lot of information, so it's easier to do it as we go. So we'll start with 6A, which is the update on the Bureau's IT system project.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Robert Bales. I am the Education Administrator. I'm Chief over the Quality of Education Unit, the Annual Reports Unit, and I am the project owner for the Bureau's IT project and Business Modernization Project. So I thought I'd start with a quick update on the overall status of the project. We just completed product increment 3. There are 4 product increments in the project scope. We are conducting user acceptance testing and staff training activities basically over the last few weeks. The functionality developed so far include the discipline module and queues in our back office, the compliance inspection module and queues also in the back office, and the institution module. Product increment 4 begins June 11th. And the focus will be on completing the remaining Bureau functions, including student tuition recovery submission by the schools, STRIF application processing, annual fee submission and processing, the additional licensing applications, and focusing on the annual report. The project is currently slated to end in October of this year, and there'll be a 1-year maintenance and operations period in which we will still be allowed to make changes and enhancements to the functionalities that we have. So at the last committee meeting, there were several suggestions by the committee members and questions in reference to some of the data that would be available in the system. So on page 24 and 25, I've included those items with some responses. The first one was the committee asked about classifications of non-jurisdictional complaint closure reasons in Connect. And I'm not going to read all of those, but we've provided a list. I think the request was a list of those reasons that we provided there. There was discussion on the types of disciplinary actions that will be made available to the public. The public will be able to access all citations and disciplinary actions through the BP website, which will be organized by institution, so it's easier to find that information. There was some discussion on action taken in regard to non-jurisdictional and unsubstantiated complaints. And again, the Bureau's response is that unsubstantiated complaints are closed because we're not able to substantiate that an institution violated any laws or regulations. Non-jurisdictional complaints are referred to the appropriate agency, and there is a list of those agencies in the attachment. The committee also asked to see whether remedies resulting from an inspection or a complaint are applied to individual cases or to the institution as a whole. And the response to that is the investigators will look at a sample set of student records to see if that issue is systemic or if it's just kind of a one-off situation. There was also a recommendation made that the system provide ratio and percentage analysis for added context. An example was given of the number of student complaints in relation to student population. Currently, student population is being tracked in the annual reports portal, while the complaints will be tracked in Connect. The Bureau will request from we call it the Kubert team. It's a reporting, very robust reporting team that a report will read from both sources. And actually, we've had recent discussions. There's been a little bit of change since this report, but we've had discussions about including the annual report in the Connect system. The discussions are still ongoing right now. There was a recommendation made to provide data showing what percentage of complaints received involving specific institutions to highlight patterns of behavior. We will have the ability to run this report for internal review and action, but it will not be provided to the public unless the complaints are substantiated and there is a disciplinary action, which will be available on the website. There was a suggestion to identify institutions or courses that require in-person or hands-on training. Connect will actually include a list of educational programs by CIP code, which is a classification of instructional program, to group all related programs together, and by the method of instruction, whether that be direct classroom or distance education. And by using those two data sources, we should be able to provide a list of courses that we would include hands-on instruction. There was a suggestion to include the ability to view pending and or approved student tuition recovery fund claim applications. That system is being developed to include that functionality. The intent is for the individual, the claimant, to log onto the system and be able to see where their complaint is in the system, and for Bureau staff in the back office to also monitor that complaint progress. So those were the discussion topics that we talked about last committee meeting, and I hope I've addressed all of those. And then I'll open it up for questions.
Thanks, Robert. If anyone on the committee has questions for Robert, go for it.
I don't have a question, but I would like to offer commendation. Robert, I really appreciate the detailed, succinct response to the suggestions. That's excellent, well done, and much better than my experience over many years on the committee. And so I appreciate the detailed review. Thank you for doing that.
Appreciate that.
This is Margaret. I have a few questions on the information on citations and so on. You said that will be by institution, but can one go onto the website and search by inspection date? So, for example, you want to see the last, most recent inspections. Is that a searchable function on the website?
I don't think so, Margaret. I don't think the inspection itself is searchable or the date inspected. But to be honest with you, we haven't really discussed that. So, it's something that we can discuss internally at the Bureau leadership level to determine whether that's something we can add. I mean, that information will be included in Connect, obviously, for back office and Bureau use. I'm not sure about sharing it publicly, but I can definitely check on that.
Right, that's the kind of thing I mentioned before, that when I wanted to look and see what had been happening as far as inspections, there was really no easy way to see current inspections versus historic ones. So I couldn't see, the Bureau was talking about making changes and, becoming more proficient in doing this, but there was no way to see what's happening in the more recent inspections. Another question I have is there going to be a function so that if a student is looking to choose a school, it can go on the Bureau website and find, for example, all of the institutions that offer a particular program? Like if, let's say I'm interested in cosmetology.
I believe so, but I'm not 100% sure. I'll need to take that back.
Yeah, so something like, you know, I live in Los Angeles and I want to know all the schools that offer cosmetology in, you know, 20-mile radius or something like that. Or
Sure.
one where I want to get a kind of program where there's lab work in it, and which ones are they? I mean, it seems to be very helpful for students to be able to find that, as well as will students be able, or prospective students be able to check on the website, for example, let's say, just sticking with cosmetology, I want to find out which schools have the highest placement rates. Is that something that the student will be able to check on the Bureau website? That would be
Well,
report.
Sure. Yeah. Well, to answer your first question, we will, as I stated earlier, we'll be using the classification of instructional programs code to make it much easier to pull up data on a specific type of program. And so I really don't see a reason that we can't provide the information that you're requesting for a student who is looking for a particular program in a geographical area, because we're also including the county in our Connect program as well, and those are data sources that we can run reports on, or draw information from. So I think that is doable, but I need to take that back to the developers. And then I'm sorry, what was your second point again? Margaret?
Sorry, I accidentally unmuted. Muted, I mean. The other one was, and so let's say they're interested in cosmetology and they want to find out of those schools in their area, which ones have the highest placement rates or graduation rates or license pass rates. Will they be able to search that on the Bureau site?
Currently, they can do that by going to the annual reports portal and pulling up the school's annual reports data.
But they would have to do that school by school, right?
Sure. Yes.
What I'm saying is, you get your students. You don't know which schools even offer the program, so you get the schools that offer the program. Is there going to be a way that it will list them, say, in order of which ones have the highest placement rate or license pass rate or something like that? So they could just look at a list of the 10 schools.
I think our long-term goal is to make data like that much more available. I can't speak to the development of the functionality currently, but I think that's a great idea, and it's something that I know as a bureau we want to provide more of that comparative data, specifically in terms of student outcomes. So I believe that's something we can do. I'm not going to give you a yes with an exclamation point right now, but I can definitely look into that and provide more information at the next committee meeting.
Excellent. And then another thing is on the non-jurisdictional. What I think would be helpful is, so we have X number of referrals, let's say, to federal student aid as non-jurisdictional. What would really be helpful would be to have a one-sentence thing saying what the complaint was. So, for example, if the student complained, they told me it was a scholarship, but in fact I wound up with a student loan. I'd like to know if that's considered non-jurisdictional or not. So that's the kind of thing. If there could be, if it's referred to the FTC, what is the gist of the complaint that caused it to be referred there? That would be so helpful to be able to see that.
That is noted.
Yeah, and I don't know that you can do that on your on your website, but certainly so it'd be available to the committee, I think would be very helpful. And then similarly, on the question that was last time about the first one you have, or second one, I guess, here, the committee likes to see whether remedies are applied to the individual case or to the institution as a whole. And you said investigators will look at a sample set of student files to determine if the issue is systematic versus individual. And then will we be able to see to what extent the remedy was provided broader than just that particular complaint or inspection?
I'll have to confer with the complaint investigations unit on that one specifically. That's more their area, their functional area. but I will look into that.
Okay, because that I think would be helpful. So you have a complaint that that they didn't include the fact sheet in the student's file that you looked at. And if they didn't include it in that student's file, it may very well be there were a lot of other students that didn't get it either, and therefore they didn't get the information that would have told them, for example, the placement rate was 25%. So is it a remedy, and what is the remedy? And is it being given to that one student or much more broadly? That I think is the gist of what would be helpful to see there. And I do appreciate very much that this is increasing the functionality. And I think we're all trying to make sure that we cover as many things as possible now and before that 1 year runs out, so that we get as much functionality as possible and don't down the line say, oh darn, we should have figured out that. So thanks very much, Robert.
Sure. Thank you.
This is Lee. I just wanted to add on to the last thing that Margaret mentioned. When looking at the sample set of student files, and I don't expect an answer now because I think it's something that I'm still trying to figure out, but trying to determine, how many complaints make something systemic versus individual. Like I said, I don't have an actual answer for it, but I think that would be another interesting or something for discussion is, does it take a certain percentage of the student population? Does it take 6 complaints that makes it systemic? Thinking through like what would be considered systemic versus individual.
Anybody else have any questions or comments for Robert on agenda item 6A? Hearing none. Thank you, Robert. I'll have the moderator open the floor for public comment.
This is the moderator. We have opened the Q&A panel. If you'd like to make a public comment on this item, please click on the Q&A icon on your screen. Type, I would like to make a comment into the text box and submit that to the panelists. Our first comment comes from Vanessa Londo. Vanessa, your line is open. You will have 3 minutes.
Great. Thank you very much. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Great. Thank you. My name is Vanessa Londo. I'm the CFO for a private post-secondary school non-degree granting. I do have a question in terms of the reporting, because as I work with students that we have come through, one of the things we have identified is that for our students, there is a misunderstanding when it comes to licensure, and there are a lot of schools currently operating as non-licensed schools. They have not gone through the BPPE process. There have been complaints against the schools. And so the questions that I've received from our students is, how can I check? Is there a link where I can see what schools are not licensed, so that I make sure that I am not sending my son, my daughter, or even going there myself? Because we provide the link so that our students or prospective students can check our licensure with the BPPE. But the question is, what about those schools that are not licensed and should not be operating?
Thank you. Our next comment comes from Melanie Vinovich. Melanie, your line is open. You will have 3 minutes.
Hello, thank you so much for taking my question. We're a newly approved school by the BPPE, and my question is, would it be possible to know when exactly institutions would be able to pay the annual fee and STRF fees online instead of mailing a check? Robert, I believe you briefly mentioned this, but there wasn't a specific date, and in light of COVID, I'm curious if this is something that will be available for institutions in the future.
Am I okay to answer that?
Council?
That is within the discretion of the chair, but certainly if you'd like to address that, you can.
Okay, great. Yeah, great question. We are currently working on the Student Tuition Recovery Fund. We call it a user story, but it's basically the information that we provide to the developers to develop that particular functionality. So unfortunately, I can't give you a specific date as to when the ability to make the payment will be there. But it is something that we're working on, and it's been identified as part of the project scope. So institutions will have the ability to pay through a credit card for any type of fee, whereas right now we're just accepting checks.
Thank you.
And our next comment comes from Angela Perry. Angela, your line is open. You will have 3 minutes.
Hi, all. Thank you again. Angela Perry with the Institute for College Access and Success. I wanted to ask sort of a larger question about IT at the Bureau, and it relates to both the data that's going to be collected for AB 1340 from 2019, as well as the data that hopefully the Bureau will be contributing to the Cradle to Career data system, the longitudinal data system that is moving forward in the governor's budget this year. TICAS has been extremely supportive of the Bureau's incorporation into the longitudinal data system. And I know that we have had previous conversations about the IT needs to be able to collect the data for 1340. So I just wanted to raise that question, see what additional data the Bureau is going to need to collect, what support and capacity the Bureau is going to need, and to offer that TICAS would definitely want to be helpful, supportive in any way to get the Bureau the IT capacity that it needs, but to ask about how that relates to this current IT upgrade.
Sure, I can speak to some of that. So when the current project was in its design phase, it didn't really take into account the information from the bill. So we've had discussions, internal discussions at Bureau level with DCA and also with the Agile Development team for the project, and we are trying to incorporate some of the functionality of the bill into this project, but we're still kind of in the preliminary phase of discussing whether or not it's possible, what kind of data that we need, and how it can be integrated into the system. So I don't have a definite answer, but I know that we're looking into that.
Looking to see if we have any additional requests. Seeing no additional requests this time, would you like me to close the panel?
Yes, thank you.
Kate, this is Margaret. I'm just wondering, since we were able to answer some other questions, I think somebody probably there has the answer to Vanessa's question about how to check if another school is approved currently. Is that something that would be okay to go ahead and answer that question for her now?
Yeah, actually, Margaret, I was going to say the same thing because I could probably answer that question. But Robert, do you want to explain the? But it does bring up a point about the status of certain institutions, because I think, and Robert, you can clarify that right now, if a student goes to the Bureau website, they can find schools that are approved, but they can't find schools based on exemption. They can't find schools. So really what a school would know is either this school is an approved institution or I can't find them, right? Those are the only two options. So if a school is operating under an exemption, that's not publicly available, is it?
That's correct. Yeah, the Bureau has a list of all approved institutions. Every institution that that has an approval with the Bureau is on the list. And so, obviously the schools that do not appear on the list are either exempt from Bureau laws and regulations, or they are, simply not operating, not approved. And so those, we would hope that those schools get reported to us so that we can investigate them.
Thanks, Robert. Okay, so I think that covers 6A with public comment, so we can move on to agenda item 6B, which I think is probably also Robert, the Quality of Education Report.
So I'm looking at page 7, status of SB 1247 institutions. One of the main responsibilities of the Quality of Education Unit is monitoring non-accredited degree granting institutions that have applied for provisional approval or have been operating since 2015 with degree programs, and we monitor their progress toward accreditation. So the chart that you see here is basically the group of institutions that were approved to operate with degree programs as of January 1st, 2015, and kind of where they're at currently. So these schools had to become accredited by July 1st of 2020. So as you can see by the list, 46 of those institutions, there were 142 initially identified back in 2014. 46 of those institutions have either closed or their approval has expired. 18 have gone to exempt status. 20 had surrendered their degree programs. 7 have their degree programs suspended, and 40 institutions have actually gone on to become accredited. And we have 11 right now that have been given extensions per the law to become accredited. So we still continue to monitor those schools to become accredited. The second chart on the next page is a list of schools that have provisional approval. So these are schools that were approved to operate, provisionally approved to operate after January 2015 to offer degree programs. And they're limited to a maximum of 2 degree programs. So again, as you can see by the list, we've had a total of 61 since January 1st of 2015 obtain provisional approval. 8 of those institutions have closed. 1 is now exempt. 6 surrendered their degree programs. 7 are currently suspended. 7 went on to become accredited, and 32 are in the pursuit of accreditation at this particular time. So the third chart is something that the advisory committee has asked me for before, so I just continue to provide this report. So of all the institutions that are pursuing accreditation, this is a list of the accreditors that they have chosen. And as you can see, WASC, TRACS, and DIAC are kind of the top 3 accreditors. I continue to update this every advisory committee meeting, so it represents the most recent information. And that is my report.
Thanks, Robert. Anyone on the committee have any questions or comments for Robert regarding item 6B?
Hi, this is Diana. I have a question, and I'm going to apologize for my 4-legged coworker. So can you explain to me, Robert, the difference between a surrendered degree program and a degree program that's been suspended? Is one you asking for the program to be suspended, and the other one they're doing it voluntarily?
Basically, yes. So an institution, if the institution doesn't comply with the requirements to become pre-accredited in 2 years and or accredited within 5 years, and they are not granted an extension, then the law says that the Bureau must suspend their degree programs. So it's a formal suspension. The institution can no longer operate the degree programs, and they have to submit to the Bureau a degree program closure plan. A surrender is more of a voluntary action. So some institutions, for example, get into the first year or two of accreditation and realize that it's too big of an endeavor for them, either financially or they just can't support it. And so they end up surrendering their degree programs and just offering non-degree programs.
Does anybody else have any questions? Okay, hearing none, we can open up the open up the floor to public comment on item 6B. Moderator?
This is the moderator. We have opened the Q&A panel. If you'd like to make a public comment on this item, please click on the Q&A icon on your screen. Type "I would like to make a comment" into the text field and submit that to the panelists. Seeing no requests, I will close the panel.
Thank you, moderator. Up next on the agenda is item 6C, Compliance and Discipline Report.
Good morning. This is Beth Scott. I'm the Chief of Compliance and Discipline, and I will be giving you the report, which is page 31 through 35. After this, I will answer questions at the end. So currently the discipline and compliance staff are working on the implementation and testing of our new IT system, as Robert explained. They're in the testing phase of the functionality, and they're busy with that, and it's going well. So appreciate their efforts in the flexibility in assisting with that important program. Moving on to page 31, this is our compliance stats. Since January 1st through April 30th, we completed 45 inspections. We have began inspections again since the stay-at-home order. So we're up to 45 inspections for that period, anticipating an increase in that as we move forward with more opening. I want to thank the staff for their dedication and flexibility. Staff have been great with the changes and the process and the starting and stopping. So I really appreciate the staff in that respect. Page 32 is another view of the same inspections with some more data and breakdowns of the outcomes of the inspections. Moving on to page 33 is our statement of issues. The statement of issues is filed for the denial of a license. We currently have 7 of those at the Attorney General's office. The 2021 column is the actions that we took in that time period. Moving on to page 34 is our accusations, which is a pleading that is filed on an already licensed school. We currently have 9 at the Attorney General's office. The column 2021 is the actions in that time period, the outcomes. And then finally, page 35 is the citation program. Again, I want to thank the staff for their hard work and efficiencies. They've really stepped up to the plate in the transitions that we've had. For 2021, we have initiated 79 citations. The column below, we are reporting how many schools consist of those citations. It is 79, so it's 1 each. We have listed on the bottom the top violations of the citations. That is the end of my report. Are there any questions on the data submitted?
Hearing none. Thank you, Beth. We can
Thank
open
you.
the floor to public comment on item 6C.
This is the moderator. We have opened the Q&A panel. If you'd like to make a comment on this item, please click on that Q&A icon on your screen. Type "I would like to make a comment" into the text field and submit that to the panelists. Our first comment comes from Vanessa Londo. Vanessa, your line is open and you will have 3 minutes.
Hi, yes, thank you so much for the opportunity to comment. Again, Vanessa Londo, Chief Financial Officer for a small private school. And I did want to just share, we were actually one of the schools that did undergo the licensing audit. We were due, and I have to say that the compliance inspector that came in and worked with us was absolutely wonderful, very professional. It was our first one, so he walked through the process. And I have to say, we weren't quite sure what to expect, but at the end, it was just a very smooth and painless process. So thank you very much for putting together that for us, you know, as a school, just so you can hear back, I'm sure, something positive as opposed to negative feedback you probably get, you know, under the not so nice circumstances. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate that. We have excellent staff.
Our next comment comes from Mo Crawley. Mo, your line is open. You'll have 3 minutes. Mo, we are not able to hear you. Mo did place a comment into the Q&A that they may have some audio issues. The comment was, please review where the common violations are located. And with that, I'm not seeing any additional requests. I will close the panel.
Thank you, moderator. I'm not sure if Mo's question is related to what page this information was on or what the most common violations are. But Beth, I thought it was at the bottom of page 35 in the packet that had the list for the 3 most common under what I'm assuming is the, for the past 4 years, it lists the 3 most common, and it's on the bottom of page 35 of the packet.
Correct.
Hopefully that addresses Mo's question. Okay, thank you very much, Beth. So that concludes discussion on item 6C. So we can move on to item 6D, the complaint and investigation report.
Hi, this is Beth Danielson, Enforcement Chief over Complaints and Investigations, and I will be providing this report today. Beginning on page 37, you can see the first, second, and third chart all relate to complaints closed. We closed a total of 232 complaints in the first quarter of 2021. And in the case disposition chart, you can see that per the committee's request, we further broke down the case dispositions. Looking at the chart on the bottom left, you can see this is the number of complaints we received. We received a total of 186 complaints in quarter 1, and these complaints represented 144 different schools, and 32 of the complaints were related to COVID. Moving on to page 38, in quarter 1, we closed 59% of our cases within 90 days and 81% of our cases within 180 days. And the second chart on page 38 is the top closure reasons in sale. They were not substantiated, no violation, no confirmed violation, not substantiated, unsubstantiated, duplicate entry, state authorization contract unable to resolve, and consolidated cases. And moving on to page 39, the first chart represents the number of complaints we received by month for a total of 186 complaints during the first quarter. And the second chart shows that during this time frame, 96% of the complaints were externally generated. And moving on to page 40, this represents our pending caseload. At the end of quarter one, we had 209 cases pending. And in looking at the cases aged 2 to 3 years, of those cases, 4 are currently being monitored pending an internal and external investigation. 1 is currently being investigated. And in the cases aged 3 to 4 years, all 5 of those cases are currently being monitored pending an external law enforcement investigation. And page 41 illustrates the student impact the Bureau has achieved through advocacy on behalf of students. In quarter one, investigators' advocacy on behalf of students resulted in a total of $30,266 in refunds to students or to their federal student aid account. Does anybody have any questions or comments?
Hi, this is Margaret. I have a couple of questions. I'm going to move back over here to the document. Can you tell me about the on the student impact? You have one category there, that's on page 41, that says students had income sharing agreements canceled or reduced. From our last I recall, I thought that the Bureau was finding that those income sharing agreements were not in compliance with California law and or truth in lending. So when it says, I was wondering when it says reduced, does that mean that they were allowed to continue with the agreement, but the amount was reduced? And if so, I'm wondering what the basis is for allowing them to continue.
This is in relation to a school that the Bureau is still working with. It has not reached completion, so we won't be sharing any more specific information at that time. I don't know if legal would like to respond to this as well.
Yeah, this is Michael Knotes. That is a very interesting question. I think we would need to get back to the committee on that in terms of the status of the income sharing agreements. I know that's been discussed.
Okay, thank you. And then I had a question back on page 38, I believe. And I think you've told me before, and I'm sorry, I don't remember and couldn't find it. What's the difference between non-substantiated, no confirmed violation, and non-substantiated, unsubstantiated?
So the non-substantiated, no confirmed violation versus unsubstantiated. The no confirmed violation is that after we have conducted a thorough investigation, it has been determined that we do not have enough evidence to proceed with disciplinary action or a citation. So we may have found something, but not enough evidence to move the case forward.
And the unsubstantiated is, you just didn't have enough?
Just that it wasn't a violation to begin with.
You don't really determine that it wasn't a violation, you just determine you don't have enough there to determine it's a violation, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, okay, great.
We have no evidence to suggest that there was a violation.
Right. And that's right from the get-go. You look at it and immediately determine you're not able to do anything further.
Correct.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Beth, thank you for the report. I have a question. This is Joseph. When you consider the pending caseload, and you've been doing great work since you joined the Bureau staff, and congratulations on all the progress you've made in this regard. I'm curious if you feel like you're at maturity and stasis in terms of your pending caseload and your percent resolved within 90 days. Obviously, there have been disruptions due to COVID and whatnot, but is your sense that you still need more capacity to improve the response time for closing them, or do you feel like this is a persistent state?
You know, Joseph, this is a question that I've been asked since I came. I'm sure you're aware of that what is going to be the ultimate goal. And you're right, I think that we are probably about there. Of course, we have faced many challenges with the pandemic, and like Beth Scott indicated, I would like to thank my staff as well, who's been very understanding in the stopping and going and changing the way we've had to conduct investigations and travel and not travel. I do think that we're about there. Of course, I wouldn't say that we are static. I mean, there's always room for improvement. I'm always looking at processes, and we're still constantly changing the way we do things. I'm able to take a deeper dive now into different processes, and I wouldn't use the word static. I would say that, yes, this number, I'm hopeful that this is probably where we will stay. That's my hope. But again, always room for improvement. And we're continuing to learn and grow. And with Connect, that is something, the new IT project, that's something that we are all getting trained on now. And the stats reported this quarter, this is the quarter that some of our stats were pulled from the old IT system and some from the new IT system. So we're really hopeful and positive with the new IT system that, again, we're going to better be able to better improve processes, and currently working on a paperless process right now for my unit. So again, always something in the works. So numbers wise, yes, I hope that we're where we're going to stay. But as far as processes, again, always learning, always improving. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Does anyone else on the committee have any questions for Beth before we open to public comment? Hearing none. Thank you, Beth. Moderator, can you open the floor to public comment on item 6D?
I'm sorry, this is Lee. I just didn't get to unmute myself in time. I just wanted to say thank you for providing the case disposition chart. I think that's really helpful for us to see that breakdown. So I just wanted to share my appreciation.
Sure, thank you.
This is the moderator. We have opened the Q&A panel. If you would like to make a comment, please click on the Q&A icon on your screen. Type "I would like to make a comment" into the text field and submit that to all panelists. Our first comment comes from Angela Perry. Angela, your line is open. You will have 3 minutes.
Hi all, Angela with TICAS. Appreciate again the opportunity to make a comment, and I just want to express appreciation for all of this information about reports. Folks may remember that TICAS has done a lot of thinking about complaints and how students can be better served by complaint systems. So it is wonderful to see all of this data. As always, wonderful to see the backlog of complaints has gone down so significantly, and that we are getting through complaints at such an accelerated rate as compared to where it used to be. I do have a few follow-up questions that I wanted to flag. One, it is fascinating to see that that we can break out complaints that are COVID related. I would be really interested to know more about the complaints that are COVID related. What are those complaints? What issues are students facing as a result of the pandemic? It would be really valuable to know more about how students have been impacted and what their complaints are that are related to the pandemic. So if it was possible to get some information on that, that would be great. Another question that I know I've raised previously, but it would be, I know that at meetings in previous years, we have had some discussion of what the process is for evaluating complaints. It would be wonderful to do a a refresher on that to review how complaints are processed, what is the evaluation and analysis process, who looks at the complaints, who is responsible for that, and what the checks and balances in that system are to make sure that students are being well served and that nothing is slipping through the cracks. It would be really valuable to me, especially in light of all the changes that had to happen as a result of COVID and all of the change that's happened in the last year, to have a refresher on what that process is. And then my last question is related to how the Bureau advertises the complaint system. How do students find out about the complaint system? I realize that I don't really know, other than through OSAR's outreach and the availability on the website and potentially some outreach. I don't know how the Bureau does notify students about the complaint system. So that's another question that I would love to have some more information about. And as always, if TTIS can be a resource, please let me know how I can be helpful, because I am so encouraged by the progress and really looking forward to continuing those trends.
Our next comment comes from Vanessa Londo. Vanessa, your line is open. You'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to comment. I'm Vanessa Londo, Chief Financial Officer for a private post-secondary school. And I can certainly appreciate all of the work that goes into conducting investigations. I was a regional compliance officer in a previous life, so I know how painstaking that is. I do have a question, though, related to any cases that or complaints that are filed with regards to non-licensed schools. Again, I get a lot of students who are looking to our school that is approved to operate, in terms of, so how do I know if there have been complaints, again, other schools that are not licensed to operate? Where can I find that information? Or if complaints are filed, where can they find that information? Because I think I know within our industry, there are a lot of non-licensed schools that are popping up, and it seems like there are a lot that just are popping up, and there's not enough folks out there that are knowledgeable in terms of what the requirements are for schools. So from a two-part question, where can students go to find that information once a case has been closed, whether it's substantiated, unsubstantiated, in terms of a particular school? To alert them, don't go there, they're not, this is an issue, or a complaint has been filed and it's under investigation. Thank you.
I can respond to that. So first of all, I'd like to encourage anybody who believes that a school is operating unapproved that should have Bureau approval to file a complaint with the Bureau. We will look into the school to see whether or not they require approval, whether or not they are exempt. If they do require approval and they are operating unapproved, we will investigate that and they will receive a citation for operating unapproved. As far as we would not be able to say whether or not there's a current complaint pending against a school, but the outcome is listed in the discipline section on our website if a school has been cited or an accusation has been filed. So again, if there's a student that believes that a school they're wanting to attend or is operating unapproved, definitely report that to us so we can investigate it. Did that answer your questions?
Yes, it did. Thank you. And so is there, I know that there was one student in particular that came to me and did identify that they were going to file a complaint. So I just want to know where I can then direct them. They had some conversations with the actual investigator, but they didn't receive anything in terms of, yes, we looked at it and it is, they are operating unlicensed or they're okay. So they just came back to me to find out. So where can they find that information?
Well, at the conclusion of an investigation, the complainant will receive a letter as to whether or not the case was closed, or what the disposition was, or whether it was sent to discipline for further action. That won't happen until the conclusion of the investigation, though.
Okay, great. I can go ahead and share that. Thank you very much.
Sure.
And seeing no additional requests for comment, I will close the panel.
Thank you, moderator, and thank you, Beth, for the report and the thorough question answering. Appreciate it. The next item on the agenda is item 6E, licensing report. I assume that's Ebony, so I'll open the floor.
Good morning. My name is Ebony Santee, and I am the licensing chief with the Bureau. And I primarily will focus today on pages 43 and 44. The subsequent pages are just the raw data that goes to make up that information. For the new people on the committee, just a little bit of explanation. The Bureau does have two types of approval. One is the approval by means of accreditation, which means that an accredited institution can request approval, and that approval is coterminous with their accreditation period. As well, any changes that they request initiate with the accreditor first, and then the Bureau will subsequently approve those. And the second is a full approval, and that can be either a non-accredited school or an accredited school, possibly with programs that do not fall under their accreditor. And with the full approval, the Bureau is the one that issues that approval and is the sole reviewer for any changes that school requests. So starting with page 43, this information is as of May 1st. For fiscal year 2021, I'll just give you a brief overview. We received 35 new full approval applications, 36 accredited applications. For renewals for full approval schools, we received 65, and 63 were received for institutions approved by means of accreditation. We received 177 changes for full approvals and 262 for accredited institutions. 204 applications for verification of exemption. And I will add that schools can operate as exempt without submitting this verification, but some schools do want to have us verify. And we received 22 out-of-state registration applications as of May 1st, for a total of 864 applications. In that same time, we approved 755 applications. That second box talks about total pending applications by date. And then I will give you a little background on the oldest pending applications. So for that first full application that's in the queue, which says that we received March 24th, 2020, that application was not deemed complete until March of this year, and it has been recently assigned to an analyst. As far as the oldest full application under review, that also we received that in January of 2019. However, it was not complete until January of 2020. It did go through the licensing process and was with the Quality of Education Unit as of January 2021. They have been mailed an initial deficiency letter, and the response is due the second week in June. And lastly, the oldest renewal for a full applicant, which we have received April 2017. They are expecting the last response this week to fix those minor issues for pending deficiencies. However, there was a note that that school did undergo an inspection, and there were multiple issues, so there could be some issues with approving that application. If we can turn to page 44, it's just an overview of the number of schools that we have and the location type. So as of right now, as of January, I should say, we have 956 mains, and actually, I'm sorry, that's as of May 1st, that should say. 956 mains, 364 branches, and 518 satellites for a total of 1838 locations. Of those locations, 408 are for short ABMA, but that's approved by means of accreditation. 525 are full approvals, 1 conditional, and 34 provisional approvals. We also, as of May 1st, have 66 approved out-of-state institutions registered with us. I will note that there has been a discrepancy between our last meeting and the number of locations that we stated. Of course, there have been some closures, but we did determine that there was some issues with previous records. Some were duplicated, some had incorrect status, so that threw our numbers off. We're currently working with internally and with OIS to make sure that we rectify those numbers and make sure that they are accurate. That is all the information I have for you today. Are there any questions?
Hello, Ebony. This is Joseph. I have a question. Thank you very much for the detailed report. I'm curious, could you articulate, even in round terms, the differential in terms of staff time required for a full approval process compared to approval by means of accreditation? Do you have any rule of thumb for how many multiples of staff hours one process is compared to the other?
Sorry, I don't have like specific numbers, but it's safe to say that an approval or any change initiated by an approval by means of accreditation would take at least half the time, if not even less, because really that review and such starts with the accreditor, and per our regulations, the Bureau is mainly making sure that the accreditor has approved the change, and then we are stamping it. Unlike a full approval where we have to review all of the detailed information, whether that's, curriculum, syllabi, faculty information, location information, and so forth. And that's all between analytics, licensing, and the quality of education unit.
Thank you. And a quick follow-up question. Can you broadly describe the academic credentials or higher education experience of staff that review curriculum, faculty, qualifications, credentials, and so forth? Do you have higher education experts that do your full approvals, or what is in a generalized sense, what's the background of people that are doing the full approvals?
Robert actually he's the administrator over QEU, and I did come from that unit. So I will say in general, most of us have experience not only in education, curriculum writing themselves, or working within private post-secondary. A number of us have graduate degrees that are tied into education and so forth. So it comes from, I think now there's even someone who's worked in financial aid and also taught. And so there's varying degrees of the qualifications, but we definitely I think are able to accurately speak to the sector, but Robert could definitely jump in as that's his team.
Thank you, Ebony. I appreciate it.
I had a question. I didn't know if Robert was going to jump in or not.
I don't know. Sorry, my apologies. I don't know that I could add anything to that. Again, as Ebony stated, education specialists are they have to have experience in the development of educational objectives, either teaching or developing curriculum. Basically, that type of experience, and they have to have a minimum of a bachelor's degree as well.
Very good. Thank you, Ebony and Robert. Thanks.
A comment and a question. I just want to highlight on page 43, Ebony pointed out that schools may request a verification of exemption, and I just wanted to highlight that because of the question we had earlier from Vanessa Londo about students trying to figure out whether schools are approved if they're supposed to be. And so one thing they might do would be check with the school and ask if they can show them a verification of exemption. They may not be able to because they didn't bother to get one, but that might be one thing that would be helpful to them in trying to determine if those schools should be approved or not. The other thing I had, just a comment, on the oldest pending full applications, I thought it was very helpful for you to mention the dates that those actually got their applications complete. And I think just for future, it might be nice to have another column there next to that that had that date, because I think it's important for us to recognize that sometimes when there are very old things here, it's not the Bureau's doing, it's the school not getting the application complete. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I definitely will make a note of that. I just wanted to add too, though, about the exemption. The verification exemption is not required. So even if a school does want to operate exempt, if they read the laws and find that they fit within that, they can simply operate. It is a choice of the institution, and sometimes that's based on other issues or other agencies to submit that verification. So it could be both ways. It could be that a school doesn't feel the need to apply for that, and that verification also is only good for 2 years, which then they have to reapply. Or a school can be confident that they meet the exemptions found in the statute and operate.
Thank you, Ebony. Appreciate the report and the question and answer. I think with that, we can open the floor to public comment on item 6E.
This is the moderator. We've opened the Q&A panel. If you'd like to make a comment on this item, please click on the Q&A icon on your screen. Type, "I would like to make a comment" into the text field and submit that to the panelists. And seeing no requests, I will close the panel.
Thank you.
Thank you. Scott, I'm sorry to do this to you. It is 11:03 and I need a quick bio break. So if everyone doesn't mind, can we just take 5 and meet back here at 11:08? I'll give it a minute for everybody to, once you're back on video, I know you're there. So for those on the panel, when you return, turn your video. Well, like I'm saying this to you, if you're not there, you're not going to be listening to me, but I'll wait for everyone's video to turn back on. Okay, looks like we have at least a quorum back on video, so we can move forward. Hello, Scott. We're at agenda item 6F, OSAR report, and I'll open the floor to you.
Thanks, Kate. I appreciate that. Welcome to our new members as well. So generally when we do have new members, I like to start by giving a little bit of an overview of what OSAR does for you and as a refresher for the other members. And then I'll jump into the charts that we've prepared for you. So OSAR basically has 3 primary components of functionality within the Bureau. And those are 1, closed school outreach in various forms that I'll talk a little bit more about, but basically, workshops, individual meetings with students, resources, just different types of communication with students about their rights and options and just the challenges that they're facing upon being impacted by a closed school or a program discontinuation. That's one component of what we do. The second component we call informed choice outreach. The statute uses the term informed decisions. We also sometimes call it proactive outreach or prospective outreach. Basically what we're talking about is providing content and information and resources for prospective students who are considering private post-secondary education and possibly other public or other options, and are looking at some of the considerations that the committee talked about earlier, employability and quality of programs and kind of the value of degrees and earnings potential, et cetera. Often students and families in that space have a lot of questions and are just sort of facing sort of an unknown process. So we try to help them navigate those scenarios in a variety of different spaces, whether it be on a military installation for discharging service members or at a college fair or town hall. We've partnered with high school districts and community college districts and local organizations that put on college fairs and other areas. So that would be the second component. And then the third component is to provide assistance and support to the STRIF unit. Yvette will be giving a presentation after me to sort of talk about the numbers and where the Bureau is at with the processing of STRIF claims. Our role in that is to help students get all the documentation and information that they will need to file a complete STRIF application so that we can sort of expedite that process. So we do provide support to students filing STRIF claims and to the STRIF unit as well. So those are sort of our three main pillars that I'll be reporting on two of those, and then of course Yvette will talk about sort of the output of our support of STRIF in her report on the number of claims. Kind of as a fourth area, just sort of a wild card, I would say, we're also very much a unit and an office that sort of works in collaboration with all the other chiefs that have presented in a variety of different ways. Pretty much any time a topic that comes up, policy related topic or an issue with a particular school or an external stakeholder, et cetera, then OSAR is at the table to sort of provide the student impact voice to that discussion. So we do a lot of other stuff as well in addition to those primary components in terms of, we've been involved in helping the Bureau obtain records when a school closes and doesn't identify a custodian of records. We've worked with enforcement and compliance, discipline, external stakeholders on potential closures and issues that could impact students. So that's just sort of our wild card hat as well. So that's a brief overview of what we do. In terms of how that looks, in terms of the reports and the documents that we've provided for you, starting on page, I believe it's 54, is chart A. I'm looking at the informed choice outreach. All of our reporting that we provide for the advisory committee, again, for the new members' benefit, is fiscal year to date. We do that for a couple of different reasons, including just sort of the other outside reporting requirements that we have as well. So it aligns with that. So everything you're looking at will be, at least on the first three charts, would be from July 1 of last year to the date that this data was drawn down in May, earlier this month. So the first chart are in what I called, again, an informed choice outreach or prospective outreach. Again, workshops, college fairs, et cetera. You can see a high number of this year in particular, higher percentage than normal, was with partnership with the California Department of Veteran Affairs through their California Transition Assistance Program. Of all of our external partners who we meet with routinely as well, I should mention, they've probably had the most seamless transition to providing their services virtually. And so my staff and I have participated in a lot of CalTAP events this year, as you can tell, but also the CalSOAP virtual fair was virtual. I'm sorry, college fair was converted to virtual successfully this year as well. We participated there. The Black College Expos, although normally a larger series, in various geographic regions throughout the state, were kind of merged together into two virtual events, but we participated in both of those as well. And then similarly, NACAC, the National Association of College admissions counseling generally has a large series in the spring of conventions held in, conventions centers throughout California. It's where we get a lot of bang for our buck in terms of a lot of face time with a lot of prospective students looking at colleges. This year, all basically merged down into virtual presence as well, and we were able to participate there as well. So I think we did a total. We're not quite to the end of the fiscal year. There's a couple more things calendared. So 41 events, I think, as of the date this was drawn down, and so we should be close to 50 events in that component by the time we reach the end of the fiscal year. Moving on to Chart B, and we did have this discussion at the last meeting where we talked about how during COVID, one of the impacts of COVID is reporting to you and our external stakeholders only workshops, like actual with a date, with a specific school, a specific time. That reporting that was not anywhere close to being reflective of the amount of work that we've been doing on the closed school outreach side. And it's just purely a matter of just the inability to set up workshops and facilitate workshops in person, and just the ability to meet with more students through individual calls and individual appointments and things like that was just the way that we really connected with most students impacted by closure. So we added Chart C. As you can see, we really only had 3 what I would call traditional workshops, where the school closed and on or close to the closure date, we set up a specific time, did WebEx like this, and invited students who were impacted to meet with us sort of in one place at one time. That only happened 3 times this fiscal year, but you see 22 additional items that we've added under Chart C in terms of how we're really connecting with most of these students. And as you can see, there are still many schools that have been closing. Just our outreach has consisted of, obtaining rosters, sending emails out to students with the closed school workshop video that we showed to this committee earlier in a previous agenda item, and that is up on our website. So we send them a link to that. We send them information about their options, information about us, and we send them the STRIF application and the link to the STRIF application video, which we've also showed you. And then invite students to, if they would like to, meet with staff one-on-one, or if they are interested in a workshop, then we have enough fluidity and capacity to be able to do that as well. And so this is really just sort of like the first addition to what we've provided previously to kind of give you a better idea of the fact that we are still doing closed school outreach, just in different ways. And it really opened up a discussion internally with our staff that I think we're pretty excited about, where we'll even be able to provide more granularity and more detail in future reports. I think our other external stakeholders who we have reporting requirements too, I think will appreciate that as well, where we'll be able to talk about number of students contacted, number of students that we've met with, and our success rate in our outreach campaigns in various forms that they take. So we're working on that and developing those data elements so that we can provide more reporting on that starting next fiscal year. So that is that. The last, and I think there was 22, like I said, events under Chart C. So then the last thing I'd like to show you is on the next page, I believe it's page 58, which is a follow-up and an update to some data that we provided in the last meeting regarding our AB 1346 outreach campaign. Again, to refresh memories and to bring new members up to speed, AB 1346 did a couple of things when it was enacted. One was to sort of recast and redefine the definition of economic loss as it relates to eligibility for the Student Tuition Recovery Fund. The second thing it did was expand the eligibility for former students of Corinthian colleges based on their enrollment dates. So the previous date that was established in previous statute that covered eligibility for STRIF for Corinthian students was 2014, and AB 1346 pushed that back to 2010, so made obviously more students potentially eligible for reimbursement under STRIF. And so what we did on our side was we kind of engaged at a multi-phase outreach campaign that consisted of social media, direct email contact, website, working with external partners to get information to former Corinthian students for whom they may have contact information, etc. So that was sort of the game plan. It really started in earnest on December 30th, 2020, which was the first date of the first subset of emails that we sent out to former Corinthian students for whom we had contact information. And that was a list of about 57,000, a little over 57,000 records. As of the last meeting on February 5th, we have reported to you that we had reached out to 28,000 students. That number is up to 57,000 as of the date that this data was drawn down on May 3rd. So, a lot of, work with technology in terms of and public affairs in terms of just the content of that outreach information, sort of explaining to students that this is real, that this is not a too good to be true thing, that, this is coming from a legitimate governmental agency email, a listserv, so, that it's not spam. So we did a lot of work on trying to ensure that it doesn't come across as spammy, and that it was valuable information. And obviously, dealing with kickbacks, et cetera. So there was a lot of technology concerns, and kudos to my staff and DCA working together to get all that information out. And we'll talk about the success rate as we move down the chart here. Secondarily, and I think we just talked about this last time, but we didn't actually have numbers. I believe that's correct. But we also entered into a partnership agreement with the California Student Aid Commission. They had their own sort of records and a set of information within their database for former Corinthian students in California who had applied for Cal grants. And so, again, potentially based on the date parameters and other considerations and sort of cleaning the data set, that we felt like there was a good percentage of those students could potentially be eligible under AB 1346. So we entered into an agreement with them where they sent information out to those students on our behalf as well. As a result, as you can see, we've had 550 phone calls that have come in that are as a direct result of the outreach campaign that I talked about. So they, specifically called us saying, I've got this email, or I saw this on social media, or I saw this on your website, or whatever, that we've captured that information. And that's about a month ago. So it's probably closer to about 600 calls now that we've received. We received 545 emails in direct response to the emails that I mentioned above that were sent out. So depending on how you look at that could be, and your perspective and your expectation of a piece of statute like this being put in with retroactive eligibility that is almost a decade old. I personally think that's a pretty darn good response rate, and pretty good in terms of accounting for, emails that didn't go through or kicked back, or like I said, went into people's junk files, etc. So for 545 students, just in the last 5 months to respond to that email positively, ask us questions, and see what we can do in terms of helping them, I think that's a pretty good return on our investment, if you will. And then even more reflective of really where the rubber hits the road is how many of those then have filed STRIF claims. And so, again, at a point of time, December 30th, when we started this, if you can go back and look at previous reports from EVET, we were getting maybe a handful or less, per quarter of Corinthian claims still sort of, trickling in at that point. Really winding down, I would argue, And here you go, in the last basically a little over a quarter, we've got 144 new STRIF claims that have been submitted by former Corinthian students as a result of that campaign. The last bucket, if you will, are for students who had previously filed a STRIF claim with the Bureau, former Corinthian students who had filed a STRIF claim with the Bureau and who had been denied, their eligibility for STRIF had been denied based on their enrollment dates, that for whom those enrollment dates now would be eligible under 1346. So working together with Yvette and her team, we kind of took a deep dive, found those, identified those, and then we had 177 such claims in-house. And so we tried emails with all of them. As you can see, several were kicked back, so 149 successfully went through. For those who didn't, we found their mailing address, used LexisNexis, other resources, did the best we can to sort of track them down, and wrote customized, personalized letters to them saying, I know that your claim had previously been denied by this organization, but there's a new statute that may make you eligible. Please consider reapplying. So we've done that as well. Again, it's an ongoing effort. We feel like it was a big responsibility of OSAR when AB 1346 was enacted to try to carry this message forward, and we do have taken it seriously and have prioritized it. And I think the proof is in the pudding, in that we have made a lot of contact with students. Couple outgrowths of this as well is we have really been able to augment our frequently asked questions regarding Corinthians. There was an existing FAQ, Corinthians FAQ, prior to this campaign. We've modified it quite a bit with 1346 material, and then really what I asked my staff to do as they're getting all these calls and emails is to really take an accounting of what are the most common questions that we're getting, and to update the FAQ accordingly. And they've done so, and you can find that on our website. It's also got us thinking a lot about the use of social media and the use of social media in a more strategic way. So staff have gone through some training with our Office of Public Affairs to think about and to use social media tools in new and different ways. So we've definitely got their creative hat on in that area. I would classify that as a direct outgrowth of this as well. And I would just say, in general, lumping Corinthians together with all the closed school outreach I reported on previously during COVID is, yes, it's a different way of doing business. It's a different time. It's been a different kind of year in a lot of different ways. But as sort of a segue to Yvette's report, you'll see that that our outreach is working in the context of, and is defined by the purely the number of STRIF applications that have been coming in this fiscal year has not slowed down. Let's put it that way. Has increased significantly. So I won't steal Yvette's thunder, but she'll report on that shortly after me. But obviously, our work and the STRIF unit work is very closely intertwined in that way, and so we've been coordinating on that as well. So that is everything I have. If anyone has any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Hi, Scott. This is Margaret. A few questions and a comment. I had a question as to the first two buckets, the 57,000 to 41,000. Am I correct to assume that there's probably a lot of overlap between those two lists?
Not as much as you would think. We did do as much of a cross-check as we could with CSAC. It's a little bit of a, our data ownership versus their data ownership, but as they kind of went through their scrub and we really met with them on the parameters that we were looking at, I think it's a safe comment to say yes, that there are definitely some overlap, but not as much as you would think.
And on those two buckets, do you have any sense of the percentage that were just kicked back that never reached them because, addresses changed and so forth?
We do have that, actually, yes. I don't have it handy with me. I can definitely get that to you. We actually have both internally and from externally, CSAC shared with us their analytic data on that.
Do you have a ballpark figure off the top of your head? I mean, are we talking 10% or 90% or? 50%?
I think they had a higher success rate than we did, but I would say it was, around the 40%, somewhere in that ballpark, 40 to 50%. But I like I said, considering the two, we can kind of merge those analytics together and get you an exact number. And
Okay.
get that to you on the record.
That'd be great. But thank you for the estimate. That's helpful. And on the outreach for the previously denied STRIF claims, is it correct that basically if it came in and they weren't within the date parameters, then no more work was done to see if otherwise their application was entitled to STRIF, so you have to now look at them again?
Yes, we not only have to look at them again, and I don't want to step on Michael or Lynn's toes, but our legal did inform us proactively, so we knew this answer before we reached out to the students, that they would in fact have to file a new STRIF claim. But we can, and this is what we are talking to these students about, is if there are supporting documents that were in their original claim that we can use to support their eligibility, or then we can still use those, but they do have to file a new STRIF claim. And in most cases, they're going to have to refile the financial supporting documents anyway to get an updated, accounting of what their economic loss actually is.
And then finally, I really appreciate that you're looking at social media and trying to figure out how you can use that proactively. I think that a lot of times agencies are, and all of us are sort of way behind the times in trying to use social media to reach people. So I think that's great. More power to you. Thanks.
Thank you.
This is Diana. I just have a quick comment. One, I love my question reviewing the packet beforehand was if you could tell us a little bit more about how many students are actually engaged in your workshops and your virtual workshops. And I'm glad to hear that you're working on being able to get that data to the committee. That's awesome.
Yep.
And then my only other question was, I guess anecdotally, can you talk a little bit about have you seen a decrease in engagement since you've transitioned to virtual? Have you been able to reach the same number of students, or is it significantly less?
That's a good question, and I think I'd have to speak to it sort of in buckets. Like, for example, the participation in the CalTAP events, I would say, has been the same, and in some cases even more. Definitely has held steady at minimum, possibly more. And I think CalVet arranged more CalTAP events. It's easier for them logistically to set it up when you eliminate the travel and all the issues related to getting teams of people on and off bases. So I would say that has been an increase, possible increase, and at minimum, has held steady. The college fairs and the Black College Expo, CalSO, others that we've done, some that aren't on the list because they were canceled this year, that we've got long-standing relationships with. I would say on the prospective side, it's probably gone down in terms of total numbers, but the ones that we do get are probably even more engaged and ask better questions and are more involved. There's something about just meeting with someone in in a one-on-one environment, on the phone or an email or in Zoom versus in a big crowded convention hall and there's a bunch of people there at your table. It's often not the same, and the objective is often just to get them to call you back. So I would say if we're a reporting widget, we've probably engaged with less students in that space, but the quality of the contact has probably been better. On the closed school side, man, it's tough. I think the development of these data elements that we're working on internally and we'll be able to report on, I think we'll tell that story a lot better as we move forward. It's really been inconsistent. We've had more challenges in getting rosters and getting quality contacts on those rosters and to be able to get a hold of students. And, again, like as Margaret mentioned, you're relying more on email, so you're more susceptible to, the kickbacks and all that. So on the closed school outreach side, it's been mixed, I would say. But again, it's hard to say that when you then look at the number of STRIF claims coming in. So they're obviously getting the information, I think we'll have to look at our analytics in terms of, clicks on the STRIF application on our website, clicks on our videos and things like that, to really be able to answer that question better moving forward. But I would say it's been a little bit more spotty on the closed school side.
Okay, thank you. And just to follow up, once we start going back to in-person, everything the state's open back up and you start doing these in person, is there, do you foresee continuing to do some of them virtually? Some of that student outreach virtually?
I do, yeah. I mean, I think we've talked about that a lot. I mean, early in the pandemic, I was asked that question a lot, and my first thing was, hey, I'm an outreach person, I'm a student services person, I've been in student services and outreach and that, and that sort of direct contact of education all throughout my career. And I can't wait for this to end so we can get back on the road and meet with these students face to face, because that's just where my core has been, but my perspective on it has changed the more this has gone through. I've really kind of seen from a wider lens that just having more tools and more resources and more flexibility, more options, will really allow us to really customize outreach strategies based on the needs of an individual closure, and so we've got the video, we've got WebEx training, we've got a lot of web resources, we've got a year of experience of doing this, just sort of through email and through phone calls and things like that. But I don't think it'll ever replace that in person, especially with large closures, with a lot of issues. I'm thinking back to if something along the size of the ECA or Dream Center closures were to happen, in post-pandemic, I would definitely see our staff out on the road coordinating with DOE and CalVed and all of our partners and doing that workshop in person. I just think there's something about that that is effective, but I think we can definitely adopt more of a hybrid model now that we have the tools and experience to do it.
Awesome, thank you. And I'll just finally, I'll just echo Margaret's comment about I think it's very smart and strategic to use social media to reach students. So great job on that.
We're on
also,
it.
Also, I think your camera's flickering and you look like a ghost, like you're coming in and out. But just thank you so much. This is a great report.
I'm not a ghost. I'm actually alive, so it's me. Technology is an issue, so.
Scott, hi, this is Margaret again. Just a couple other thoughts. On the major outreach that you did and you had CSAC do, are you contemplating sometime down the road to do a second bite at that, to try to send people, hey, we tried to reach you, we haven't heard from you, kind of reminders at some point to those that you have good emails for?
Good question. Yeah, my team is probably listening in and going, "Oh, don't forget that part, Scott." Yes, so I had that in my mind to mention as well. Is that absolutely, and we see that as a couple things. It's an extension of the AB 1346 outreach campaign itself. To go back at those with maybe a slightly either different approach or different message or using different tools. But also in the FAQs itself, like I said, those are real FAQs. They're not just, hey, what do I think a Corinthian student would ask? Those are absolutely reflective of actual questions that we're getting from these about 1,000 students who have called and emailed us. So what we're doing is not only updating that FAQ, but we're going to develop some social media highlights and some specific outreach about specific questions that a lot of students seem to be asking. And getting that out on social media with the idea that their peers will then either they're following them and they can share that or like it or whatever. So this is all part of that public affairs training that we're going through on social media about strategy and approach. So I would say yes, that would almost be like a new phase that we're looking at, which would be using more probing social media strategies to take a second stab at potential 1346 beneficiaries. So
great. And then just one other thing, this is really more a comment for legal on those ones that had previously denied STRIF claims. I haven't looked at the legal basis, but to the extent legally possible, I would hope that at some point when the time has passed and you've done all you can do to reach people, and some of these people you still haven't heard back from, but in fact their initial application had a lot of information that you probably could process it. at least based on the financial information they had at that time. I would hope that there would be a legal way to go ahead and do that without actually having them have to filed yet another claim.
That would be in Lynn and Michael's world, but I appreciate the comment. Anything else?
Anyone else on the panel have questions for Scott? Otherwise, we can open it up to public comment. Okay, I'm going to assume we're good to go. So we will, moderator, if you can open to public comment for this item.
This is the moderator. I've opened the Q&A panel. If you'd like to make a comment on this item, please click on the Q&A icon on your screen. Type "I would like to make a comment" into the text box and submit that to the panelists. Our first comment comes from Angela Perry. Angela, your line is open. You will have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, moderator, and thank you everyone for the opportunity to give a comment. Again, this is Angela Perry with TICAS. I want to say how appreciative I am of that update and of all of the hard work that OSAR has been doing. It is so good to see that the connection with CSAC has been so fruitful and that there has been a lot of outreach done as a result of that, and that so much progress is being made there. I am also really excited to hear that I know everyone in this group already knows that data is one of my favorite words. I'm so excited that we're going to get better data on all of this outreach. We'll be able to look at some of those analytics and hopefully figure out even better ways to reach out to students and have an impact there. So I'm really thrilled about that. I am really, like I say, I am very glad and gratified to see all of this outreach that's being done. I think it will be really valuable to see the breakdown of how many students we are reaching at various events. I'm also really glad to hear that we're going to maintain some level of virtual outreach, because as I said at the beginning, there are members of the public that are best reached virtually, and so it is nice to have that tool in our tool belt. So with that, just appreciation all around. If there are things that we can do to be helpful as you think about outreach, I know I retweet OSAR a lot, but if there are other things that we can do, please let me know.
Appreciate that.
And seeing no additional requests, I'll close the panel.
Thank you, moderator. And that brings us to the last item in agenda item 6, which is G, STRIP report by Student Yvette. So open the floor for the discussion on 6G.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Yvette Johnson, and I am the administration chief as well as the manager of the Student Tuition Recovery Fund. And we also call the Student Tuition Recovery Fund STRIF. So if you hear me say STRIF, that's exactly what it's for. Just to acquaint the new members and to remind some of our members that have been on the panel, on the committee for a while, the purpose of the STRIF is to relieve or mitigate economic loss suffered by a student enrolled in one of our qualifying institutions. The STRIF unit that I manage is responsible for reviewing the applications submitted by those students that may have suffered an economic loss due to a school closure. The laws regarding the eligibility for students to recover from the STRIF are in the Private Postsecondary Education Act of 2009, and they're in the California Education Code, Section 94923. And just to let everyone know that Scott spoke about 1346, and with that, we did do an updated application to include the new eligibility requirements for students to get a refund from STRIF. So the meeting packet you have contains information about the statistical information regarding the applications that we received from students for a refund from STRIF. It begins on page 60. So in that chart, you will see a comparison of the 2019-20 fiscal year and the 2020-21 fiscal year. What I'm going to cover is I'm going to focus on the information in the 2020-2021 fiscal year. So far for this year, we have received 1,217 claims, and this is as of May 6, 2021. And in this fiscal year, we have the claims that have closed. We have approved 379 claims. 65 claims were deemed ineligible, and with ineligible, the definition of ineligible means that they did not meet any of the qualifying criteria as listed in 94923. And then the claims denied means that we could not determine that the student has suffered an economic loss. We have 115 claims that were where we were unable to contact the student. And with that, we send out multiple communications to the student to, if there's information missing from the application, we send out multiple contacts to them to try to get them to provide us with the missing information. After the first or second try of reaching out to the student, if we're not receiving a response from them, we also use LexisNexis as a means to try to see if there's any other available information for contact. If after all those attempts and we still get nothing, then we do close out the claim. But the student does have the ability to get back in contact us and get back in contact with us and reopen the claim. In the next section, you'll see the current STRIF claims. So we have 861 claims in queue. 112 of those claims are under review by the analyst. 220 of those claims are waiting for a response from the student. That's once again us reaching out to the student to get additional information because we can't continue the process to process their application. We have 179 claims waiting for a recommendation that have received a recommendation by the analyst that's working the claim for either approval or denial. And so there's a total of 1,372 claims. For the fiscal year 2021, we have paid out $5,316,398.16 in claims. And currently we have 48 claims over at the state controller's office to pay out. And after the claims leave our office, it's usually about another 60 to 90 days for the state controller's office to cut the check and make that payment. At the bottom of the page, you'll see the current fund balance for the STRIF, and we are currently at $17,359,000. On the second page, page 61, you'll see that we have a listing of our large impact closures and the impact that it has on the STRIF fund. Within the past year or so, we've added Silicon Valley to the list. And as you can see, we received a high number of claims from that school. The school closed in 2018. So in the top section, we have the current for what's happening in 2021 with those large impact closures. And in the second section, you have the information regarding the impact of those closures from the date of their closure. Are there any questions?
Hi, this is Margaret Yvette.
Hi, Margaret.
Hi. On the unable to contact numbers, but please remind me, once you receive a STRIF claim, how long after that is it before you send out an acknowledgement to the student that you've received that?
That's sent out immediately.
Okay, so they receive it within a week or two after they've sent it in?
Yes.
Okay, great. And I just had a comment, and that is, back in the day before there was a STRIF fund, I remember, and when we envisioned a STRIF fund, I think that we always hoped that it would work the way it now finally seems to be working. If you can just look at this and over the past 2 years, see that students have recovered, about close to $10 million that otherwise they would have not received because the school closed or they were defrauded by the school. I think it is really impressive. So here's something that I think we have to say is working.
Thank you. Good to hear that. And I know our staff works hard, as well as Scott mentioned earlier, with the outreach efforts of OSAR, us all working together to help these students. It's important.
Hi, Yvette. It's Diana. I just had a quick question. Do you have any insight into why there's still 15 pending claims to be paid from 2019-2020?
That's just at the end of that quarter, at the end of that fiscal year. That's how many were pending at that time. They by now, so
okay.
So that 15 is not included in the 48. That's
got it. Thank you.
Does anyone else have any questions for Yvette? All right. Thank you, Yvette. That was a great report. And I also want to echo it's great to see how well all the work you guys have been doing has been panning out. So awesome work. I will ask the moderator to open the floor to public comment on agenda item 6G.
Mind if I just say a word before we open to public comments? This is Debbie Cochran. I wanted to thank you. I just wanted to, as I mentioned at the start, I've been working to get up to speed on the nuts and bolts of each of these divisions work. I now that we're at the end of all these presentations, and I just want to take a moment to express my gratitude for all of the work and frankly the heart that goes into both the day-to-day efforts of the Bureau staff and the teams, but also just the efforts that goes into distilling and communicating so clearly that work in these meetings. So it means a lot to hear that appreciation shared by the committee as well as the members of the public. And I know for most of the members of this group, including the staff and the advisory committee, today's report out isn't just about today. It's an extension of conversations that have been going on for years. But it's really helpful for me to hear the committee members' questions and comments so I can better understand just where the members' interests are. So I just want to thank you. Thanks the entire team.
Thanks, Debbie. Moderator, you want to open the floor to public comment?
This is the moderator. We have opened the Q&A panel. If you'd like to make a comment on this item, please click on the Q&A icon on your screen. Type "I would like to make a comment" into the text field and submit that to all panelists. And our first comment comes from Angela Perry. Angela, your line is open. You will have 3 minutes.
Hi all, it's Angela Perry with TICAS again. At the risk of being repetitive, I wanted to say thank you again for this excellent report and for all of the hard work that OSAR and the STRIF unit and everyone at the Bureau, but these numbers in particular really do show the work that the Bureau has done to try to help students. STRIF is the most direct way that the Bureau is able to give relief to students, and it is really encouraging to see these numbers. And so did just want to take a moment to express appreciation for all of the hard work that I know has gone into them. So thank you again, and thank you, Ms. Johnson, for the report. And if there's ever anything, I'll repeat myself. I will repeat myself. If there's anything that I can do to be helpful on any of these fronts, please let me know.
Thank you, Angela.
And seeing no additional requests, I will close the panel.
Thank you very much, moderator. All right, that concludes agenda item 6, which was our Bureau operations update. And that brings us to agenda item 7, which is the status update and discussion relating to regulations. I'm actually not sure who's going to be. Deb, are you going to be presenting on this one?
Denver will be here to present.
Okay.
Hello, I'm David Dumble. I'm the manager for legislative and regulatory affairs at the Bureau. I have an update on some of the regulation packages we've been working on. The first is some very good news. The status on the English as a Second Language program, the IELP package, after this was finally approved by the Office of Administrative Law on March 30th and will become effective on July 1st, 2021. So it's been a long and winding road, but this is now finally approved.
Thank you, David. I guess as we did with the other ones, we probably need to open for comment after each of these. So moderator, if you can open for comment on 7A.
This is the moderator. We have opened the Q&A panel. If anybody would like to make a comment on this regulatory package, please click on the Q&A icon on your screen. Type "I would like to make a comment" into the text field and submit that to the panelists. Seeing no requests, I will close the panel.
Thank you very much. That takes us to item 7B.
7B is the package for the verification of exempt status. We've been working on this, and I believe the documentation for this package is ready to be submitted to DCA. We just need to do some proofreading and reviewing to make sure it's in good condition. We still need to do some work on the form. It's very tricky putting forms into a format that's acceptable to the Office of Administrative Law, and that still requires some work, but this is very close to being submitted to the DCA, and we hope to be going forward with this very soon. And that's the update.
Thank you, David. Okay, we'll open it up again for comment on 7B.
This is the moderator. We've again opened the Q&A panel. If you'd like to make a comment on this regulatory package, please click on the Q&A icon on your screen. Type "I would like to make a comment" into the text field and submit that to the panelists. And committee chair, if you'd be so inclined, I could leave the Q&A panel open throughout the regulatory discussion instead of opening and closing it. And then at the end of each item, we could just do a check-in to see if anybody had submitted a request.
That's great. That way you don't have to give the instruction 5 times. Everybody probably knows it by now anyway. So that works for me.
Okay, and seeing no requests on this item.
All right, great. Thank you. So David, that takes us to 7C.
7C, I apologize. This should not have been put on the agenda. It should have been taken off, and it was left on by mistake. There is no update. We discussed this at the last meeting, and there is no update. So I apologize for putting this on the agenda.
All right.
Going on to D, which is the Assembly Bill 1340. Submitting personal information of students to the EDD to get wage data. The Bureau has been in conversation with OIS regarding the technical requirements for this, and OIS has been in contact with EDD to work out the system by which they can negotiate a contract with EDD to submit the data and get the wage data back from EDD. We are still waiting to hear back as to what the technical requirements will be for us to submit the data, and that will dictate how we will then direct schools to submit the data to us. So this is ongoing at this time, and but we are in communication, and we also are in communication with other segments of the higher education, UC and CSU, about their systems. They already do this, and so this is ongoing and will depend on the computer requirements so that we can assure that we can submit the data to EDD and protect the privacy of the student information. At the same time, we are also looking into how we want to collect this data from schools. We are looking at a couple of options, including adding this to the annual report and having schools submit the data through that mechanism on an annual basis. So that's the progress we've made so far. We have some time to do this because it's not operative until the computer system is upgraded, but we are making progress on the technical aspects. And once we get the technical aspects squared away, we can then start working on the regulatory process for collecting the data from the schools. Are there any questions about AB 1340?
I thought we were going to ask our questions at the end of all of these, so I was just waiting. So I don't know if you want.
Why don't you go ahead, Margaret, because we're going to
Yeah.
do public comment after each one. We just left it open. So you can go ahead on 1370
Well,
if you have questions
actually,
or comments.
I want to jump back then in that case to the verification of exempt status.
Okay.
You said that, still needs some work, but it should be soon. How soon is soon? Are we talking it's going to go to DCA within a month, 6 months, a year?
I hate to make any definitive promises. Certainly within a month. I'm confident in that. It's like I said, it needs to be reviewed, and in the reviewing process, who knows what's going to happen. But I would say certainly within a month, no more than that.
Right. And then on the minimum operating standards, why is there no update? I didn't.
I think we're really deep in the process on that one. I've been working on the initial statement of reasons, and it's a 150-page document, and I'm about at page 75 on it. So
gotcha. Okay.
It's going to be it's a very large package, and there's actually been some discussion of maybe breaking it up because it's getting them to be a little unwieldy. But there's nothing to update because we're in the middle of going through the process of developing it.
Okay, thanks.
If there's no other questions, I'll go on to the next item, AB 1346. This has already been mentioned by Scott and Yvette. AB 1346 expanded the eligibility for STRIF claims, and as a result, we had to change our application form to reflect the increased eligibility. This was an administrative change, and so did not have to go through full regulatory process. And the Office of Administrative Law approved the new form on April 13th, and we started using it as soon as we were able to put it up on our website after that. We are now using the updated form, which has the expanded eligibility definition on it. Any questions? Okay, then lastly, I want to...
This is the moderator. We do have a public comment back for item, I think it was D. Yes, on item D. Angela Perry, your line is open. You will have 3 minutes.
I actually can get 2 gumballs for 1 quarter on this. I have a comment on both the regs from 1340 and 1346. On 1340, I was just going to make the note, I know you were talking about the intervals at which the Bureau would collect data from the institutions, and I wanted to recommend that as you consider that, also considering the regularity that data will need to be collected for the purposes of the Cradle to Career longitudinal data system, because this data will be fed into the longitudinal data system, and so the Bureau will want to make sure that it's collecting the data at the same regularity that it will need to report it to the data system. So just wanted to put that note out there. And on 1346, I am so glad to see that the form has been approved, was really glad to get that notification. I am curious, since it didn't go through sort of the typical process, what kind of workshopping was done to make sure that it was accessible language for students, that students would be able to interpret the form, and if there was any kind of that workshopping, or if there's opportunities to potentially do that kind of workshopping going forward. And as always, really appreciate this update, and especially having the timeline on when to expect bills to move, and sort of the new format that we are sharing the information on the regulatory packages. I just want to express how helpful it is to have that sort of transparency laid out and transparently laid out. So really appreciate that.
Let me just respond by saying we are tracking the Cradle to Career progress as it goes through the legislature, and we are moderating our responses to coincide with that, because we expect at some point we will be involved in that process as well. And so, and that's one reason why we don't want to move too precipitously on 1340, because we want to make sure whatever we do is also available to the Cradle to Career process.
I could just, this is Margaret, if I could just comment, that sparked something to me. Am I mistaken, did the revised STRIF application change ever come before the committee for discussion or comment? If you don't know, that's okay.
Offhand, I don't recall.
I don't know.
I don't remember seeing it.
I don't either. And so I just want to flag that, because I think that one of the purposes that we're here is to use us as a sounding board to discuss these things. And so that generally has been the practice. And the last couple of times I've raised that at a meeting of various ones, whether, they were going to be coming before us, and was assured that they would be. So just for future, it's very important, I think, that we do have a chance to look at the draft before it goes out officially for final and full disclosure and comment and so on.
Yeah, certainly. And let me just take this opportunity to say that when it was submitted to the Office of Administrative Law, they were very rigorous in making sure it was as clear as possible, and had several corrections and amendments to make the text, to clarify the text as much as possible. So, but I appreciate the idea that we should take these things to the committee. I think the idea was we wanted to get this through as fast as possible, and I'm not sure when the next committee hearing would have been, but in the future, we'll try to keep that in mind. Anything else?
No other requests at this time.
Okay, let's move on to the next item, is a discussion of AB 1344. And the reason why this is a discussion is we're in a sort of unusual circumstance, and we thought we would ask the advisory committee for advice. AB 1344 established in subsection F of the provision that the Bureau shall develop through emergency regulations effective on and after July 1st, 2021, a registration form that would adopt the new questions that were asked by the bill. However, subsection H of that provision says the section shall become operative on July 1st, 2022, which raises a problem, because if the bill is not operative until 2022, how can we adopt emergency regulations in 2021? DCA posed this question to the Office of Administrative Law, and their response was, we can't. We cannot adopt emergency regulations for an emergency that will not be operative until 2022. So now the question is how to proceed forward, and there are a number of options. One possibility is we proceed with regular rulemaking and just try to adopt the changes to the registration form as directed by the statute. If we started this right away and the documents are drafted, it's more than a year away. There's a good chance this would be approved by the Office of Administrative Law before July 1st, 2022, implement the regulation as on schedule. Another possibility would be to wait until July 1st, 2022 and start emergency rulemaking then. However, if we were to do this, there'd be a gap between July 1st and whenever the emergency rules were adopted. And then we'd have to go through regular rulemaking anyway to adopt them permanently. Another possibility is, since the emergency rulemaking was only about the registration form, now that we're not doing emergency rulemaking, we're open up to do other issues raised by AB 1344 that were not considered in the emergency rulemaking. There are a number of issues regarding how we use the data collected by 1344. This seems to me to be a little premature to do this before collecting the data, but it would save us the problem of having to do new rulemaking later. Also, the more complicated we make the regulation package, the longer it's going to take to develop, the longer it's going to take to go through the process, and once again, it would most likely not be approved before July 1st, 2022. So because this is sort of a unique situation where we can't do what we're directed to do by the legislation, we thought we would put this before the advisory committee and solicit their comments.
Hello, this is Joseph. Thank you for the opportunity to provide feedback on this. Of the menu that you provided, I think the first option is the most practical and would move the ball forward in the most advantageous way, particularly given the fact that emergency regulations would have to be re-regulated in a more permanent sense. So I would choose option A.
This is Margaret. I have a question about the option where you said about going further and developing regulations as to how the information being collected will be used. I don't understand exactly what you mean as to what you think would be needed there.
It's a little premature, as I said, but for example, AB 1344 gives the Bureau discretion to evaluate the information provided on the registration form and decide whether or not to exclude out-of-state institutions from operating in California based on that information they provide. And in exercising this discretion, it might be necessary to adopt rules to say we want to exclude any institution that has been convicted of some sort of fraud or has multiple convictions of some sort of fraud in another state. But at this point in time, we're not even sure if we need regulations for that or how the regulations would be developed, but that is the discretion that is given to the Bureau in AB 1344. And because the emergency regulations only focused on the registration form, these issues weren't brought up in developing that package. But now, if we're just doing regular rulemaking, we can look at that, and there are other issues that I don't even want to start enumerating that could be brought up in rulemaking under the provisions of 1344.
Given that, what I think makes sense to me is that we move forward as quickly as possible with regular rulemaking as to what should be included in the form. Simultaneously, we begin a rulemaking process to the extent it's determined that we need one as to how the Bureau is going to use that information. I mean, for example, for schools that are approved, there are criteria as to what prevents them being approved or not approved. And to the extent we would need something like that for registration, presumably it could be adapted from the similar kind of situation when you're looking at school to be approved or not. But I can understand you might need regulations. But I would split it into two so that the latter one, which may involve more process, doesn't slow down the former one of at least getting the information collected.
Yep. Thank you. And I just should have mentioned this earlier, but the revised registration form was included as a late addition to your materials. So you can see how the form will be revised.
Would it make sense to divide the conversation into two parts? So maybe start with the form, start looking at the form and hearing an input on that, and then moving on to how the Bureau might want to think about using its discretion going forward?
I'm fine with that. I was going to I wanted to ask David a question. So just so I'm clear on the timing of this, the emergency regulations language or the language in 1344 provided that there had to be in place by July 2022, right? This registration application. Is that so?
It had to be in place by July 1st, 2021.
Right.
What was, as the bill went through the legislative process, they pushed back the implementation date from July 1st, 2021 to July 1st, 2022, they forgot to push back the implementation date of the regulations. And so them at 2021, which creates the paradoxical situation where the law is not effective until 2022, but we're supposed to adopt an emergency regulation in 2021.
Right. Huh. Yeah, I mean, I think Deb's suggestion is right. We talk about those two things separately, but I think the second part of it, which is the wording of the statute provides for what the schools have to submit, and then basically gives some guideline, but not a ton, for what the Bureau is supposed to do with that information. But my read on that would be that what the department has what the Bureau has flexibility on is in considering the specific items that the school is submitting, right? It would be within, looking at 1344, the items that are now part of the registration application, what additional new information schools will be required to submit. It is within the scope of that information that the Bureau is then making a decision, right? Is that your sense of what the regulations would be if there was sort of separately a regulatory process for how this is evaluated?
At this point in time, the out-of-state registration form, there is no processing of it. It just, if you fill out the form and you could submit the necessary information, it's accepted. This would give the Bureau discretion based on the information accumulated from the form as to whether to allow out-of-state institutions to operate in the state, and has some other provisions for that limit that discretion to a certain extent. And so whether we need regulations to implement that discretion is a question that would have to be submitted to council, and then how we would develop those regulations would further need to be hashed out.
I think I'm getting a little confused. As I understand it, the registration form has certain things that are set forth by statute, and then a provision, which I just lost, in 1344, that it says something along the lines of, and what other information the Bureau determines is needed. Here it is. Any additional documentation the Bureau deems necessary for consideration in the registration process.
Yep.
So that's all part of what the school is to submit, correct?
Yes.
All right, so that would be presumably that would be in the form itself and any attachments to the form, correct?
The form as you have it before you took the 4 required questions or information that needed to be collected and put them in question form and added them to the registration form.
Right, but what I'm saying is what the statute provides is that's not necessarily the total amount that's supposed to be in the form.
Yeah.
That what's supposed to be in the form is that plus what the Bureau determines additional information that it needs.
Yes, and that would be something that we could consider if we wanted to do more expansive rulemaking at this time.
No, I don't see it that way. See, what I see now, I guess what you're trying to say. To me, the form includes both the specific provisions listed and the additional items the Bureau also wants to be provided. That's the form. Now, if you're talking about what the Bureau does with that additional information after it gets it, then I can see where you're talking about additional rulemaking. But I think the initial rulemaking, the sort of the straightforward one, is what all should be included in this form, in addition to the specified items, and in what form should all of these things be included.
Any additional information that we requested, the form is included by reference in the regulation. So if we were to add additional information to the form, that would have to go through the regulatory process.
Correct. But the form itself has to go through the regulatory process. So what I'm saying is approving the form is in effect approving the form of the form and the content of the form. And the content would be the specificity in the statute and the additional information that the Bureau determines should be included.
Yes, and that is what I'm saying is that if we wanted to get the registration form changes through as quickly as possible, the simplest way would be to stick to the legislative structure, ask for that information and nothing else, and then we could, as it went through the regulatory process, we could just say this is what the minimum required by the legislation, and there'd be very little wiggle room for anyone to object. If we started adding anything extra, then the process could be drawn out by additional concerns over what we were adding in addition to the minimum mandated by AB 1340.
Yeah, I don't see it that way. If we're putting together a form based on the statute, it should be what information it is that we want to have in that form. We have from now until July of 2022 to get that form together, correct?
Yes.
All right. It seems to me that we ought to be able to come up with what is the additional information that the Bureau needs and include that, and not have to then come back and say, oh, well, now we're not using that form, we're using a different form. It seems like we ought to be able to get that all done within this time period. So I would say let's do the form, but let's do the form as is required, which includes both the statutory items and those additional items the Bureau determines are necessary.
Mark, we have a high probability of being passed by July 1st, it takes about a year, more or less. And if we started now, there's a good chance it would be passed by 2022. If we added extra elements and we took time to develop those elements, the probability of having it passed by July 1st, 2022 diminishes. I don't know.
So yeah, here's the problem. The statute calls for a form to be put together that includes all of these things, including what the Bureau says is needed in addition. So if we're just putting together a form that doesn't include what else the Bureau says is needed, we are not really complying with what the statute says for us to do. It says to include these specific items and whatever else the Bureau wants to include. I don't see any reason why, if we start talking about those items now, we shouldn't be able to get this process going fairly quickly and come up with that and meet the deadline. I mean, I know the regulations have been moving very slowly for the last couple of years, and I don't understand why, but I would hope that we might be able to move this one along faster.
So if I can just step in for just a second, because I think these are all really important discussion questions, and this is exactly why we wanted to have this discussion with this group. I mean, I think it sounds to me like everyone agrees that having a form in place on July 1, 2022 is the priority. I think so if we kind of set that aside, then it feels like there are some procedural questions about how we proceed, which of course need huddling with a group and more involvement of people beyond this call. But maybe if we could, maybe if we start with what actually, what would we like to see on the form? Whether, forget about the 2022 date. We're going to work on the 2022 date, knowing that that's a priority. We want to make sure we have something in place by then. But, setting that aside, what would the advisory committee like to see put on this form? And then how would we use the information collected on the form? Does it make sense to think about it that way? And then we can sort out the timing and complexity issues separately?
I think it makes a lot of sense because, depending on what we or the Bureau what we suggest and what the Bureau determines to add, it could be fairly simple or more complex, and we won't know until we actually go through and say, here's the things that we think are important.
To that end, I have a suggestion for the form, specifically section 8.3, or under section 8, number 3. There is a statement regarding, or question regarding probation, show cause, or other adverse actions from the accreditor. I strongly recommend that we qualify that to be its institutional accreditor, and then suggest duplicating that section to ask the same question for all of the programmatic accreditors for the institution. I think it's important to disambiguate between the singular primary institutional accreditor, and then for many institutions the many programmatic accreditors that they have. And oftentimes issues, program outcome issues, or other quality control concerns that would be relevant to the Bureau will first crop up or show up with programmatic accreditors as opposed to the institutional accreditor. And a quick qualification for that is it might be relevant or necessary to limit the programmatic accreditors to programs to be offered to California. So for example, if an out-of-state school is not has a programmatic accreditor in their home state for a program only offered in their home state, and they're not offering that in California, I don't know if that would be a jurisdictional concern, that California wouldn't have any bearing on whether their program that's not to be offered to California residents has an issue.
I think that's a good idea. Whatever we add to the
As
form,
the form is stated currently, I think it's too vague in terms of the term accreditor. I think needs to be clarified.
Yeah, and just whatever we add, it should be tied directly to educational quality. So whatever we're adding, there should be a tie-in and reason for why we're asking.
I agree with the suggestion. I think that makes a lot of sense, Joe. As for, this is Margaret again, as for other things that should be added, just as the meeting was starting, I sent a list of some suggestions to the Bureau so that they could be shared in writing. And voila, there they are. So I jotted these down. They're pretty rough and they're not in any particular order, but it seems to me they're the kind of things that you would want to know about a school. And I'm not suggesting necessarily all of them be included, but I think that that's a listing of the kind of things that I think could be important.
I think it should be limited to things that would demonstrate educational quality. You've got some things on here that, A, for example, it has nothing to do with educational quality. It tells you, how close are you to a veteran, an Army base or Air Force base? Who are the students you fund?
I also think we need to be careful not to be adding things to this application that get too far afield of what you would ask a California institution that the Bureau is actually approving, because this process is intended to be a quality control bar, sort of over which an institution from outside California would be able to enroll students here. But asking, getting deeper into what those out-of-state institutions that the Bureau does not approve have in relation to some of these items that you wouldn't even be asking a California institution, I think is sort of beyond the scope of what the intent of this statute was in the first place.
Does anyone have anything else?
What I would suggest is that since we are just kind of looking at this for the first time, that if people may have suggestions, that we send those suggestions into the Bureau, within the next, week or two, so that they can start looking at these suggestions or any comments about suggestions, rather than us trying to sort through the possibilities right now.
Yeah, I think that this is Lee. I think that makes a lot of sense, just because I do think that could be a longer list, and I don't know if we can go through all of them, but if we submit them as for consideration and then even can be, they can be up for discussion after part of the materials, maybe at the next meeting in August or something, so that we can, have these discussions about how closely the proposals are related to the educational quality and everything. I think that would be really helpful.
If we're diving into these schools, and we've got to do a lot of analysis, because I know the application fee, if I recall, is pretty nominal. You know, is this something you've got to relook at the fee being charged, because it's about to be a much more extensive process?
I think that's a good point. I think at our last meeting, we were talking about really the basic unfairness that if you happen to be located in California, there's rigorous process you have to go through. And if you're not located in California, but you're teaching, 99% of your students are in California, all you have to do is register and pay a nominal fee. So I think that even then we were talking about, well, I don't think we can do it without statutory changes, but that's something that we ought to be looking at and considering, because I think there's a certain unfairness to California schools when we don't really look and we don't really charge these out-of-state schools who are benefiting from our California residents. So I think that's a very good point, David. That's something we ought to consider in the future.
And I agree that if we're adding to the plate of the Bureau for review that, the fee of $1,500 every, I think it's 5 years, it is really low. But I think the flip side of that, and just to be clear, in order for an institution to register, they have to be approved by their own home state. In most cases, that school is probably in multiple states and a participant of SARA, because California refuses to join SARA. They have to go through this process separately. They are already accredited. So these are not institutions that are just sort of fly-by-night operations, because they wouldn't be eligible to register. They have to have gone through a state process and an accreditation process and all of that before they get here. So just to be clear that there isn't really a means for a school to just open up shop somewhere and enroll all their students from California with no oversight other than the Bureau's registration process. They wouldn't even be eligible to register. So keeping in mind that what we're trying to do is make sure that an institution that has already been deemed authorized by another state, has already been accredited as a resident of another home state, that what we're doing is just making sure that California deems their education quality to be sufficient for them to enroll students here. We don't need to duplicate all of the efforts of another state and an accreditor. They've already gone through that process. So so while I agree that there's more to look at, that's probably more expensive than what we're currently charging them. I also don't want people to have the impression that this is the only process that these schools are going through, because California is just another addition to what would already have to have been, from a regulatory perspective, these schools have already done.
So Kate, only accredited schools can be approved to operate?
Only accredited schools can register.
Can register. Yeah, they non-accredited schools can operate, but they can't register.
Yeah, that's a whole separate issue, David, about the out-of-state non-accredited institutions, because there's no pathway for them. But for purposes of registration, the only way that you can qualify to register is to meet the requirements that the school be state approved elsewhere and be accredited accredited before they can register.
Kate, I appreciate your point, but I would say that the level of rigor for state approving agencies is widely divergent. And so I thought, just briefly glancing at the end of Margaret's document, there were a number of questions proposed for the form itself that go to, are there unannounced visits in your state, or what are the quality control measures for your approving state? I think those are actually good questions, but I don't believe they should be resident on the form, because that's a knowable issue. The Bureau staff should be able to develop a rubric of approval agencies by state. And if a school tells you I'm approved in Utah, then you know what Utah does. That's a matter of statute. And so we shouldn't put that burden for a school that's applying to reiterate the regulations and practices of their state approval agency. But Kate, rather than saying, oh, they're already approved by their state, that might not, it might be cause for concern, or certainly below the threshold that California schools are required to meet.
I sort of agree with both of what you're saying, because I think that there is a wide variety in what other states do. And I don't know how much ability there is, except for some questions like that, to differentiate how closely the Bureau looks at a school depending on what state they're in. But I know there's some states that have almost nothing in the way of oversight. But the just on the reason I put that in the form is, although the Bureau certainly can put together that matrix, I know some nonprofit organizations have done that, and that's quite an extensive challenge. And my thought was that if you have that on the form, then that would reduce somewhat, at least, the burden of the Bureau. And it's not, I mean, the school knows whether it's subject to inspections or not and things like that, so it wouldn't be that big a burden for them to answer a yes or no question, was my thinking.
David, from your perspective on timing, because I think we all probably have ideas of what the other things the Bureau might consider, right? That maybe should be in the application, maybe they shouldn't, maybe, you know, we have a lot of different things kind of going on here. Do you think from a timing perspective that if we were to have on the agenda for the August meeting, sort of a compilation of suggested options that we as a committee can kind of digest and discuss, that would give you enough time to get the application form through the process by July of 22? Yeah. I just want to make sure that we're not extending beyond what's reasonable.
I can't say for certain. You have to remember what the process is. The process, we send it to the DCA. DCA then has to get agency to sign in, and then it comes back down from agency to DCA, back to us. There are revisions. And again, the more complicated, the more moving pieces there are in the regulation, the higher the chance that someone's going to ask for a revision or a change or a clarification. And offhand, I am a little skeptical that if we initiated the process after the August meeting, there'd be enough time for things to go up the ladder and down the ladder and get to OAL, and then have OAL have enough time to approve something before July 1st, 2022. But I can't say anything definitively.
Is there any reason from the Bureau's perspective that we couldn't hold a special meeting sometime within a month or so that would just be to consider this issue so we could move it faster?
I don't know if legal can speak to that or if someone else can speak to that. Offhand, I do not know.
Yeah, I think that would have to be a legal department question to see if there's a way to, and I know that we've done this before where we've done sort of an interim meeting, so I'm sure it's possible, but yeah, we need to have Michael probably weigh in on that.
Yeah, certainly an additional meeting could be held with 10 days notice and an agenda be provided. I'd leave it to Bureau staff as to whether that's feasible or available at that time.
Well, it strikes me, it sounds like some folks have volunteered to send some thoughts in writing, you know, even following this meeting as they've given this more thought. So maybe that's something for us back and consider once we kind of see what we get and see if there's a lot of divergence or some concurrence and whether it feels like this is something we have enough, you know, where we have enough clarity on how we want to move forward or whether further discussion would be necessary. I would also just say, to the extent that folks, given it sounds like there is a real interest in collecting information that pertains to educational quality, if folks are providing feedback, it might also be helpful to be able to articulate in the form how you is what your suggestion, how you see it as your suggestion is relating to educational quality, just so that can help us assess the suggestions. David, does that sound good to you?
Yep.
I have a question. A number of people have mentioned that it should relate to educational quality, but is that just basically an opinion or a preference, or is there something in the statute that would suggest that it's limited that way? I don't really need an answer right now, actually, either, if you want to have legal look at it or whatever, but I just, in my reading of it, I didn't see anything that was so limited. It seems to me that, you know, if you have a school that's nearly bankrupt, that would be your critical piece of information, regardless of, you know, how good their courses had been up until then. So
I would agree with you, Margaret. I mean, financial stability makes sense.
So how about this?
We don't want to collect information just to collect it if you're not going to do anything with it.
Absolutely.
So perhaps an amended suggestion would be just let us know, you know, that the purpose of this is for the Bureau to have the information it considers necessary to make decisions about registration. So maybe if we just want to give a little bit more explanatory note than you otherwise might about why you think that information should be necessary, whether it relates to educational quality or financial stability or something else.
Sounds good.
So maybe from a procedural standpoint, it's May 27th. We could pick a date where we say if anyone on the committee has input, that they would submit that to Richie to circulate, and then the Bureau can internally discuss when, if there's a time between now and when the August meeting is already scheduled, that we could have an interim meeting. You can let us know what that kind of looks like from the Bureau's perspective. So if we gave the committee, say, 10 days to provide any feedback that they want to provide to the Bureau for consideration, and then if we can schedule the meeting out, you know, a month from now or something like that, maybe that would work for everyone's schedule. Does that make sense to everybody?
Sounds good.
Michael, do you think we need to do a motion on that, or is that something that we can just leave on the table?
Well, I wanted to just check in because we're going to have to, if there's comments that are going to be provided, those would all need to be compiled and then be part of the materials for the next meeting. Just in terms of the serial meeting requirements, what the advisory committee can't do is have discussions and share those comments among the committee members without the public present. So I didn't necessarily interpret your comments that way. And you had a question for me that I lost sight of.
The question was just whether or not we needed to have a motion or anything to kind of move forward with this idea, or do you think that just this is good enough? And
I think certainly you can. I think that's within the discretion of the chair to ask for a meeting to be called and ask for comments to be made, but that's within your discretion.
Okay. So here's going to be my suggestion. I don't think we need a motion on this. I feel like everybody's on the same page, and no one is obligated, obviously, to have comments if you don't have comments. But we would have, let's say, June 10th. Just pick that date because it's about 2 weeks out. June 10th, you would submit comments to Richie as our board coordinator, and then Richie can compile and provide that to the committee as part of the public agenda items. And then in the interim, Deb and the team can come up with scheduling options for an interim discussion on this specific topic. And if everyone is, you know, I wasn't going to do a motion. Does anyone object to that idea?
No, I think that's great.
Perfect. Okay. So, so then I think we can conclude AB 1344 from the committee's perspective and open up for public comment if anyone has any other additional notes on agenda item 7F.
This is the moderator. Our Q&A panel is open. And again, if you'd like to make a comment on this item, please use that Q&A icon on your screen to access the text panel. And within that text panel, type that you would like to make a comment and then submit that to all panelists. Our first comment comes from Angela Perry. Angela, your line is open and you will have 3 minutes.
Hi all, Angela Perry with TICAS. I really appreciate the discussion on this issue. I know that I'm sure that many of the committee members know that this is an issue that is near and dear to my heart. Distance education is something that I work on closely and I'm really passionate about. And so 1344 is really important to me personally, as well as TICAS's goals of making sure that Californians have the best protections that we can, even for students that are enrolling in online distance ed programs. I wanted to respond to two thoughts. The first was, I think, Kate, you talked about wanting to be sure that the Bureau doesn't have more discretion here in the online space than it does for in-state schools. And I wanted to note that the Bureau does have a lot of discretion to do similar work under 9491C, where the Bureau has a lot of discretion to look into red flags and to investigate those. So the Bureau does have a lot of discretion for in-state schools. But TICAS is really interested in finding ways to expand that. If there are authorities in this list of things that we don't think the Bureau has for in-state schools, we should identify those and make sure that the Bureau does have the authority to take those steps for in-state schools. We should make sure that California has the authority to take all the steps necessary to protect students both at in-state institutions and online at out-of-state institutions. So I just wanted to say TICAS would be really interested to talk about if there are ways to expand Bureau authority. If it's necessary to expand Bureau authority, we definitely are interested in finding ways to help make that possible. The second thing that I wanted to comment on, and this is to follow up on something that Joseph noted, is that different states, many states do not have equal consumer protections to California. So it is, when we are thinking about online distance ed, it is important that we are not relying on the regulation of other states, because other states largely don't live up to California's standards. I don't mean to put you on the spot, Ms. Delgado, but I know that you have written a report, a deeply investigative report on different states' regulation of higher ed institutions. So I know that there's now expertise on the committee about how varied the experience is, and often how many states are not meeting the bar that California has set. And so that is why NC-SARA is such a risk potentially to California, and why California has chosen over and over not to join NC-SARA, because 1344 was possible specifically because California wasn't a member of NC-SARA. We were able to pass consumer protections we would not have been able to otherwise. So I know that I am close to time. I want to keep this brief, but I just wanted to make those points that California really has a unique opportunity to be strong in this area. I look forward to seeing the committee's comments on these, on the proposed registration form and the proposed Bureau authority. I'm wondering if members of the public might have the opportunity to comment on those as well. And with that, I will wrap up.
That was the only request for comment we've received on this item.
All right, thank you very much. So I think that concludes item 7F and item 7. Thank you, David, for the overview. I did get a request to take a break for a quick lunch break, and probably at this point a bio break as well. We only have 2 substantive items left, so I don't imagine it will take us a ton longer, but why don't we, if everybody is comfortable, take, let's say, what time is it? It's 10 minutes to 1. Come back at 1:15, if that's good, and then give you a chance to grab a bite to eat and have a bio break, and then we can finish up starting at 1:15.
Good.
See you in a few.
Works. 1:15.
All right, everyone. It is 1:16. I see it looks like most of our folks are back. Just going through here. So we will reconvene. 1:17. Before we move on to agenda item 8, I just wanted to wrap up something from 7 that we sort of forgot to wrap up at the end. The discussion on 7F, which is the 1344 implementation. Obviously, we kind of started talking about how there's 2 tracks going on. One is the application form itself, and then the second piece is what does the Bureau do with that information? and we didn't really get into too much with B, or the second part of that. But I think my suggestion would be that we defer that conversation until we've talked about the form and what we might add to it and what we might be talking about having the Bureau looking at in addition to the things that are currently, in the statute and on the form, because it will just make more sense to talk about how the Bureau uses that information after we know what that information is. So if everybody is comfortable with that, I just didn't want to leave that item hanging. If anyone has any other thoughts on that, go ahead and take this.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
forgive me, and I didn't get off mute fast enough. After a break, we really should take roll again to make sure that we still have quorum.
Oh, good call. I just looking at who was pictures I could see, but yes, we can do that quickly. So I'll just read off names. Tell me that you're here. I am here. Margaret.
I'm here.
Lee.
Lee indicated she'll be out for 30 minutes or so, an hour maybe.
Okay. Diana.
Here.
Hanson.
Here.
Joseph.
Here.
David.
Here.
Dima.
Here.
All right. Richie, we have a quorum with who's left, right? I think it was only one less person, so we should be good.
We're good.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for the reminder. Was everybody, did anybody miss what I just said about item 7F relating to deferring conversation about the Bureau's review process until after we've determined what they're reviewing? If anyone missed it, let me know. Okay, good. All right, so then I think that wraps up 7 and moves us to item 8, which is the update and discussion on the Bureau's sunset review. I will open the floor to whoever's doing that update.
Great, we've got Greg Friggin here with DCH for the update there.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
I'm seeing heads nodding. Okay, awesome, wonderful. Well, good afternoon, Chair, members, Chief Cochran. I'm here to discuss SB 802. My name is Gregory Pruden, and I'm a legislative manager with the Department of Consumer Affairs. And before we kind of jump into the bill, just want to extend, as I know others have, a warm welcome to Chief Cochran for her first meeting, as well as to the new members. Welcome, and speaking for myself, but I'm sure the department would echo what I'm about to say. Thank you for your service. I hope that you find it valuable. I certainly appreciate your efforts and time taking time out of your busy lives and schedules to do this public service. And again, I hope you find it worthwhile. So thank you. For reference, the relevant materials for this agenda item, I believe, begin on page 71 of your packet. You have the bill itself and a couple other materials that might be helpful to you. So SB 802 is authored by Senator Roth. Senator Roth is the chair of the Senate Business Professions and Economic Development Committee, and SB 802 is the Bureau's sunset bill. As I think all of you know, the Bureau is undergoing sunset review at the moment. Sunset review hearing was conducted back in March, on March 16th. The bill will soon have a vote on the Senate floor. We expect it to pass. Upon passage in the Senate, the bill will move over to the Assembly. I would expect the bill to be referred to 2 policy committees in the Assembly. That would be the Assembly Higher Education and the Assembly Business and Professions Committees. And then eventually the bill will, go through the Appropriations Committee should it move out of those policy committees. The bill was substantively amended on May 5th. As you know, the Bureau's Sunset Review Report was provided to the legislature at the end of 2019. sunset review was supposed to happen in 2020 due to the COVID-19 pandemic. That was postponed. And so here we are. The May 5th amendments to SB 802 incorporated several of the recommendations that the Bureau provided in its sunset report. I thought it might be helpful to go through what those amendments are in 802, pointing you to the corresponding recommendation in the sunset report. And if that gets confusing, I can certainly shift gears, and we can go from there. This is going to be a little bit out of order as it appears in the bill. And again, if that's confusing, we can switch gears. But the first recommendation that the Bureau had in the sunset report was related to student harm. That recommendation is now in the bill. It's in section 10 of SB 802. The next recommendation that the Bureau had was related to unrealistic timelines for achieving accreditation. I know we've kind of talked about some other accreditation stuff today as well. And that recommendation appears in section 7 of the bill. The third recommendation, and these are a series of related recommendations in the sunset report for the Bureau. We titled them 2A, 2B, 2C, and 2D, relate to accreditation as well, in terms of what happens when you lose accreditation, changing ownership, a restriction on changing ownership while you are provisionally approved, and what happens when your provisional approval to operate is suspended. These recommendations are in section 6 of the bill. Recommendations 3, 4, and 5, as they appear in the Bureau's sunset report, are not in the bill currently. Recommendation 6, which is a definitional recommendation related to education programs, is in section 2 of 802. The 7th recommendation related to inactive status, that is in section 8 of the bill. The 8th and 9th recommendations are both definitional changes, and those appear in section 3 and section 1 of the bill. Recommendations 10, 11, and 12 of the Bureau's sunset report are not currently in the sunset bill 802. Recommendation 13, which related to educational program sponsors, is in section 4. Recommendation 14, related to minimum operating standards, is not currently in the sunset bill. Recommendation 15 was a recommendation related to substantive changes to an approval to operate. That's in section 9 of the bill. And the final recommendation the Bureau had in its sunset report was regarding religious institutions and exemptions, and that is not currently in the bill. Moving from there, additionally, the bill, as amended on May 5th, has some provisions that relate specifically to the advisory committee. It would institute term limits for advisory committee members, would require an annual election of a chair and vice chair, would prohibit the serving in a chair or vice chair position for more than a combined 2 years, and would require the adoption of reasonable rules for the conduct of advisory committee affairs. And these changes are in section 5 of the bill. As I mentioned, the bill is currently awaiting a vote on the Senate floor. So I would expect any further changes to the bill would happen when it moves to the Assembly and is heard in the relevant Assembly policy committees. And again, I would expect those committees to be the Assembly Higher Ed Committee and the Assembly Business and Professions Committee. Process-wise with the bill, should the bill be amended in the Assembly, which I think is probably a reasonable expectation, the bill would need to be sent back to the Senate for concurrence. Concurrence is essentially a process where the other house, in this case the Senate, is simply agreeing to the changes that were made in the Assembly. So that's kind of a very brief, high level of what is currently in the bill. I'd be happy to entertain any comments, questions, and I would answer them to the best extent that I'm able to.
Thanks. Do you go by Gregory or Greg?
You know, that's a great question. I used to always joke with folks that it was Gregory when I got in trouble when I was a child, but the older I get, the more it confuses people if I say Greg because my email is Gregory. So Gregory would be fine.
All right, so Gregory, got it. So just a quick question process-wise. So
Yeah.
I understand that the recommendations from the Bureau's sunset report are what were considered, you know, as drafting is going on. Was there any feedback or I don't know, reasoning given for why certain recommendations were accepted and others weren't? Was there conversation about the other items, like what, or was this just more of a like this is just how the process works, where the Senate has picked up certain things? And so I just wondered if there was objection to anything, or if it was more just, you know, a process of drafting.
Yeah, no, that's an awesome question, and I can speak to it a bit here, I believe. These are the changes that you see in the bill. You know, some of them are quite obviously straight from the recommendations that the Bureau provided back in late 2019. Others, you know, are done a little bit differently, but still sort of meet the intent of what our recommendations were at that time. We had a pretty substantive conversation with Senate BNP staff in early 2020, before, you know, the world shut down, essentially. And they asked a lot of questions about the recommendations that we had provided in that sunset report. And we provided a lot of, you know, sort of context and, you know, information to kind of, you know, bolster what the recommendation was. You know, since that time, you know, the world basically was just shut down last year. Sunset Review was completely postponed, and so there wasn't really any substantive conversations that I'm aware of between the department and the relevant policy committees in 2020. As we moved into 2021 and Sunset Review hearing happened, obviously the committee produced which is on its website, a background paper, which is essentially them taking the sunset report itself and then providing what recommendations they have or what things they are looking at. And then the hearing happened, and then the amendments happened on May 5th. I don't recall, I would have to go back and check with other folks on my team. I know that I have not been a part of a substantive conversation with Senator Roth's staff or other BNP staff regarding the amendments that happened on May 5th. So I can't give you a direct answer, you know, specifically there. And I don't have, you know, I don't have information as to why some of the recommendations were taken, others were not. I would not read into a recommendation not being taken as I would not read into that to suggest that means it will not be taken at all. Typically, sunset bills is a sort of like an iterative process in terms of how the language gets amended into the bills. That we're still pretty early, even though it's late May. In previous programs in the department who have gone through sunset, you tend to see a lot of changes in the summer. So I would expect as the bill gets out of the Senate and moves into the Assembly, that there will be further amendments, further changes, some which could include our recommendations, and there might be other amendments that are coming from, you know, other stakeholders as well. I don't know if Chief Cochran has anything she'd like to add to that, or anything that I might be missing there.
No, I think that's exactly right, and a lot of time to go, and just interested in hearing what the committee has to say about the bill as it stands right now.
Hi, this is Kevin. I'd like to add just a couple things to Gregory's excellent overview, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Perfect. Hey, so I kind of just want to second your assessment of the timeline and what we're looking at. You know, sunset bills are not traditional policy vehicles in the sense that the sunset hearings happen, you know, across DCA boards and bureaus, typically in February, March, that time frame. And then, you know, it's a process of weaving different elements into that final sunset bill, and sometimes it's simple, sometimes it's more complicated, depending on the entity. So, from our perspective, a logistical challenge is simply that all of the sunsets, the Bureau included, that would have happened last year have kind of fallen into this year's cycle. So the business and professions committees in both houses have just been absolutely swamped with hearings. And so part of that is them getting fidelity on the situation. The other thing with the Bureau is just that there's a large working group of people in the building. So it's the Assembly Higher Education Committee that I represent that has primary jurisdiction on the Assembly side, Assembly BMP, Senate Business and Professions, and then Senate Education, and then our folks in the leadership of both offices or both houses. So it's kind of a big group. And this first batch of amendments was to take the vehicle, which was a substantive, what we almost consider like a substantive spot bill, right? So it had enough in it to move, but not enough where there was a lot to go on. And it very clearly, direction signaled where we were going. So I certainly expect language, when this bill comes to, we also expect it to come probably to both Assembly Higher Ed and BMP. I expect amendments in one or both of those committees, and then definitely over our legislative recess between July and August, there'll be a lot happening then too. So that's a long way of saying it's a work in progress, but hopefully it shed a little bit of light from the legislative perspective.
Yeah, just to piggyback, if I could, I think Kevin's absolutely right. I think he's completely right on the money when he talks about the uniqueness with this program, right? We don't have another program really in DCA that has like 4 committees that it has to go to, right? 2 on either side. That's a process that the legislature kind of has to work out, as I think Kevin sort of alluded to, right? The possibility of amendments happening in Assembly, but whether they happen in his committee or the BMP committee or amendments in both, nobody kind of really knows yet. But that's just a different dynamic that exists for this program than many of the other programs in the department that have to go through sunset, which really only have 1 committee in either house that they have to go through. And I think Kevin's also spot on the money. Given the profile of this Bureau, leadership is obviously more interested, more involved than perhaps they might be on another DCA program sunset.
I had some questions. First of all, sure. Who is negotiating for the Bureau with the legislature? Is that something that you're doing, or are there other people doing that?
Yeah, is this Margaret speaking?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Hi. Yeah, no, that's a great question, and happy to entertain it. So, I am one of many individuals involved in that process. I don't work for the Bureau. I work for the department, and so obviously I'm beholden to the department and my exec and agency and the administration. But it's everything we are doing and conversations we are having. The chief is part of that. Almost without exception, somebody from the legal office familiar with BPP, whether it's the council itself or the head attorney for legal is usually involved. Agencies involved, the administration's obviously involved, and certainly my superiors, my direct supervisor, and the director of the department as well.
So that's a whole lot of people. Who's really the chief person who's speaking for the administration in connection with negotiating with the legislature on this bill?
Well, I mean, it's a series of folks. My boss is the deputy director for legislation for the department, Jennifer Simoes, and so she plays a lead role. Agency has a few folks as well that play lead roles, and we take cues as well from the administration. So there's not one person that's appointed to be the leader in this process.
And then if I just some comments for you and Kevin both on the term limits of 4 years. As I understand it, that's not there's no limit to the number of terms a committee member could be on the committee. They just need to be reappointed if they're going to be on for more than 4 years. Is that your understanding?
I would say that particular piece of language is one that there's some differences of opinion there. So I would say, you know, we'll see what happens through the negotiation process. But I think there's a question, generally speaking, of, you know, term limited positions.
I would just make a comment then, and that is for people representing consumers or students or even the general public, most of those folks or most of us folks are not employed for someone who is paying us to participate, unlike an institutional representative who's going to get their salary or their pay regardless. And as we've seen over the years, it's been very difficult to fill some of those slots, particularly the student slots, so that if it were to be just a 1 year or 1 4-year term, I think that would really be burdensome for getting consumer representatives, student representatives, and even public representatives. So I would encourage that it be considered a, you know, whatever 4-year term, but that person could be reappointed to that. Because as it stands, we've had vacancies in some of those positions for most of the life of the committee. And then just a clarification, I guess that's something to clarify later. It wasn't clear to me. I mean, the combined 2 years, I assume that meant a person could be either the chair for 2 years or the vice chair for 1 year and then the chair for 1 year. Anyway, just that's how I read it. And it doesn't really matter to me. I think it'd probably be good if that were a little bit more clarified. One other comment on the harm provision that you mentioned, recommendation number 1. I think there's a couple of places where the language was not changed to be consistent with that. And so I think it needs to be changed in those 2 places, one of which I think is crucial. It describes the Bureau's, sort of generally the Bureau's powers, and I think it's crucial that it be amended to be consistent with the new harm language there. And then my other final comment, which I know will make no difference whatsoever to anybody, but having an agency that we all know needs to go on in perpetuity have to go through a sunset every few years, in my view, is asinine, because in the time that I've been involved in school stuff, we've lost the agency twice. And each time you lose the agency on a sunset review, then you spend a year or 2 years or more reestablishing regulations, getting people up to speed, rebuilding that institutional memory. And it really needs to be called, you know, periodic review, not sunset review, because the result should never be that the agency sunsets. It should be that it gets improved. But I realize that I don't have much to say about that, and that the whole mechanism in the state works that way. So anyway, my thoughts.
I think, Margaret, all of us who went through sunset with when the Bureau disappeared will agree with you that that is never a good outcome, and for myriad reasons, never a good outcome. So yeah, if there was a way to change that, I'd be on board. Another question, maybe just sort of generally, just because I think it will be helpful, and Gregory and Kevin both. What I've noticed in the past as we've gone through this process a couple of times while Margaret and I have been on the committee, is that the public doesn't necessarily understand where they play a part in this. So we will, Margaret and I were both on here long enough to remember when we had flight schools coming to advisory committee meetings telling us to veto the law. So, you know, because, you know, the advisory committee vetoes laws. But I mean, I think there is commonly confusion, I guess, for the schools that are covered by the Bureau about where do they kind of play a part in this. If they have a concern about something, if they're unclear about what something means and they want to comment on it, how do they engage in this process? Because I think a lot of them they don't know it's happening, and then all of a sudden the law is different and it's a surprise. And until the Bureau is providing new regulations, the schools often don't know what's going on. So if there are schools listening, hopefully, because, you know, that's why we do this, that maybe look at this and think, oh, I think there's something else that needs to be changed, or this change is concerning to me, or whatever the case may be. How would you recommend that they engage in this process if it's something of interest to them?
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to take a stab at it, and I'd certainly pass it over to Kevin as well, because I think he'll probably be able to add some ideas from the legislature perspective. I would say that, I mean, to start, there's I think the Bureau has like an interested parties list, a mailing list. I would certainly encourage everybody to sign up on that. That would certainly be a starting place. I know that, and I'm sure many on the committee are aware, there's at least a couple professional associations that represent institutions. If they're not a part of those associations, they may want to look into that. I know, they're quite active, and there's a lot of information that flows from that process. They're always welcome to contact their individual legislator as well. That's always a good place to start, is just to let your member know, your elected representative know how legislation would impact you. Certainly the chairs of the 4 committees that we've talked about are heavily involved in BPPE, and those would be elected officials you'd also want to contact. I think it would be totally appropriate to let the Bureau know, how proposed law or regulation. Certainly in the regulation space, there already is that public comment aspect. This is not the Bureau's bill, this is the legislature's bill, right? And so public comment provided to the legislature public comment provided to the Bureau is good for the Bureau to know how, an institution is perceiving a proposed statutory change. There may not be a whole lot that the Bureau, to your point about comments to the advisory committee vetoing laws, there may not be a whole lot that the Bureau can do with that except just absorb the information. My office has a really good working relationship with the chief and her team. I've been working on BPP issues since 2012, essentially. So they certainly flow information to my office when it's relevant and necessary. But I think, making your elected officials aware is a good place. Making sure you're on the interested parties list is a good place. Attending or participating in these advisory committee meetings is always a good place. And I don't know if Kevin might have something to add more specifically on how the legislature might be able to accept some of that information.
Yeah, thanks, Gregory. I think you gave a really good overview. A good tool for anyone who's listening, institutions or groups, leginfo.legislature.ca.gov is the website where an individual can look up any piece of legislation, either by topic or by bill number. So the bill that we're talking about is Senate Bill 802. And by looking that up, you can see the language as it's currently in print, and you can track what committee it's in and kind of what its status is, right? So it's currently pending hearing on the Senate floor. Once it comes to the Assembly, we will have the ball, so to speak, because I work for the Assembly. And it'll either be referred to higher ed or business and professions first, assuming it gets a double referral. Once that happens and the bill is in a committee, that bill will be set for a hearing, and all individuals are welcome to correspond and to send in information. And by visiting the website of the relevant committee, there are procedures folks can follow to submit their comments in writing. And of course, I'm always available, kevin.powers@asm.ca.gov, as I assume that I'll be the person doing the analysis on this bill. So that's a pretty straightforward process. I would concur that, rest assured that there are going to be folks from, representing consumer groups and representing associations who are and have been engaging on behalf of institutions. And so if folks are members, if you have a campus and your campus is a member of one of those groups, you can be confident that they're engaging in this process, and that I look forward to engaging from the Assembly side here soon.
If I could just other thing too, I know that, thank you to the moderator for putting again in the chat the survey that we are using to refresh our stakeholder list. That's something I talked about in my intro earlier today. I think really hearing from the community is a priority for us, and we are trying to explore different ways of doing that, whether it's, of course, through these meetings or future town halls or other meetings. We certainly want to hear from the community. So absolutely, folks should engage in the legislative process. But, some schools, if they have got an issue with something, it may not be, legislative. It may be through regulations, or it may be some sort of process that we've established here at the Bureau. So Please do let us know if there's ways that you see that that things aren't working well for schools, and we'll be happy to take a look at it.
Thanks, Deb. One other thought, just following up on what Kevin said. So that Ledge Info website, super helpful. You can also set up a free account and pick the bills you want tracked. And every time that bill moves, or there's a vote, or it goes from one committee to another, or from one house to the other, you get an email. You can submit comments through that. So that, I can't say enough about how useful that is as a tool if you're interested in tracking this bill or any other bill that's, of interest to you. So I just wanted to throw that in there, that it's a great tracker too. Does anybody else have questions or comments to address to Gregory or Kevin, since he happens to be here and is and providing some useful information as well? All right, well, I guess not. Thank you all very much. Just as a sort of go forward, I think Gregory already sort of laid this out, but we're still sort of early in this process. So if you have any, as you're looking through the draft of the bill at this point, there's not a ton of changes, but I anticipate, and I'm sure Gregory and Kevin will agree, that there will be more. So it's just something that we need to keep track of. And as far as timing goes, the session ends, I think, at the end of August, beginning of September, right? So this bill would have to be through there and then signed by the governor. And I can't remember the date off the top of my head. It's either September 30th or October 1st or someplace in that range. So there's still months ahead of us.
Yeah, it just would echo what you just mentioned, Kate. I think there's going to be plenty of opportunity, probably at least 2 policy committees, as we've already alluded to. There will probably be, almost guaranteed, there will be a 3rd committee, which is the Appropriations Committee, looks at the bill from a more fiscal perspective. So lots more opportunity to take bites out of this apple.
Awesome. Thank you, Gregory, very much for the report, and Kevin for your additional comments and help. And I think with that, we can open the floor to public comment on this item, which is item 8.
This is the moderator. We have opened the Q&A panel. If you'd like to make a comment on this item, please click on the Q&A icon on your screen. Type "I would like to make a comment" into the text box and submit that to the panelists. And our first comment comes from Marcy Saranac. Marcy, your line is open and you will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you guys for sending out that updated communication email. I got that actually, but I wanted to offer a comment. With the day and age that we're in right now, with hacking and things that schools are dealing with, data and phishing issues, it would have been helpful for there to be an explanation in the email other than just the link. I know I have been trained by my IT department not to click on links that I don't know. And we actually had an issue with a Texas legislator email being phished as well. So this isn't something that's just outside agencies. We're seeing this in the higher ed realm. So I was just going to suggest that if you were to resend that with maybe some comments, you might get a better response. I actually sent it to the Bureau licensing email and asked if you guys sent it, because that's what I'm trained to do. So I just wanted to share that you might get a little bit better response if you included some comments about why, or something that makes it clear that this isn't just a phishing email, that it's really coming from the Bureau itself. So that's all I had. Thank you.
If I may quickly respond, thank you so much for that comment. That was actually a tech error on our part, so apologies for that. And hopefully you did get the second email a few minutes later with the explanation.
And seeing no other requests for comment, would you like me to close the panel?
Yes, please. Thank you. All right, that concludes item 8, and that takes us to our last substantive item, which is agenda item 9, discussion on Senate Bill 118, prohibition on use of applicants' criminal history in admissions decisions. And Deb, I think you had mentioned that Joseph had suggested this, but I will open the floor to discussion.
That's correct. This was put on the agenda at the request of Joseph Holt, so we'll turn it over to him to set it up.
Very good. Thank you, Kate, and thanks, Debbie. And I appreciate staff adding this to the agenda. It's something I brought up some months ago, and appreciate the opportunity to bring it forward for conversation. Eager to get feedback from the committee, and then also hopefully encourage some thought among Bureau staff to maybe provide guidance to schools or consider if there needs to be some addition to regulatory language related to this subject. On the prima facie issue here is that the change to state law in regards to college requesting information about criminal history during the admissions process, which is a broad blanket prohibition. The meeting materials include the specific language, has the potential and an unintended consequence of harming students that are applying for career-based programs at approved institutions where they have very little likelihood of finding work. There is an appropriate carve-out. We engaged on this legislation during its process, but were not successful in adding any more clarifications than already exist. The only two carve-outs for the bill are for a professional degree program, which is a broad, vague term, or law enforcement basic training courses and programs. And I would offer that there are a number of programs where criminal convictions or criminal history are going to create significant barriers to employment within that field, such that certainly in the institutions I represent, we have a long-standing history of having frank and direct conversations with prospective students related to their criminal history and how it might affect employment in a specific field. Bureau regulations are explicit and have appropriately rigorous relationship for in-field placement or standards and definitions around in-field placement. Specific programs have a defined universe of job outcomes, and so our schools don't teach liberal arts programs in which education is always a universal good or adds value. Our students are looking overwhelmingly for very specific employment opportunities. And I can offer as an example, one of our institutions teaches a heating, ventilation, and air conditioning program. And for many, many years, we have prohibited admission of any student who has a DUI conviction within the last 3 years. So as admissions requirements, you have to have a valid driver's license and no DUI conviction for the last 3 years. The reason we instituted those requirements many years ago is difficulties in finding employment for HVAC technicians that were not eligible for fleet insurance with large employers, for example. And so we're put in a frustrating position of being disallowed from even asking students entering that program whether they have any criminal conviction, never mind one that would prohibit them getting fleet insurance. And so we're prepared to comply with the law, but we think that it's bad policy and would put forward that there, again, is an unintended consequence of this law in the sense that it potentially could lead to students paying for a program in which they have very low likelihood of placement on graduation.
I would echo Joseph's comments. Just think about, somebody going into a pharmacy program that's been convicted of some sort of drug conviction. You can't even get licensed in the state. So it doesn't make a lot of sense. There's no sense in having an ex-felon take on student debt so he can prepare for a job he can't qualify for.
I'm in complete accordance with what you said, Joe, and your agreement, David. And I would suggest that this might be the time when we want to have a motion brought forward asking the Bureau to propose in the process of the SB 802 bill an amendment to deal with this, because the last thing you want as a consumer representative or student representative is for students to be signed up for a program when they're never going to be able to get a job, and that's what they're going to school for. And in fact, I think in my past that's been part of the allegations of misrepresentation or unfair business practice against the school when they would not tell people that you're never going to be able to get a job because you've got this conviction. So it seems to me that we ought to be able to have some language drafted that would make an exception to deal with this issue.
May I chime
Yeah,
in on
and,
this one?
oh, go ahead.
I agree with what folks are saying in regards to, we don't want to set people up for failure where they're entering into a program where they can never succeed. I'd say if we are going to submit language, I would appreciate a couple of lines that really speak to this is not us wanting to discriminate against individuals, really explicitly explaining the why, and possibly even adding a line for the need to look at discriminatory practices beyond remove the box, remove the question, because it's further down the trough for people that have paid their time and have experienced challenges where they continue to face discrimination forever for the rest of their life. So it might be worthwhile, just so it doesn't look as if we are reinforcing discriminatory behavior. Because on first glance, if no one hears our conversation, that's absolutely not what I'm hearing. But I would hate for someone to read that document and think something different.
I think that makes a lot of sense. I think you can have you can draft it with some intent language explaining the intention for it and what it's not intended to do.
I'd like that. Thank you.
Yeah, and Zima, it's a great point because I think that the purpose of the ban the box, right, is a good purpose. And the challenge on the school side, and I was going to say this before you noted, which ties into what you're saying, is there's language in the statute now as it governs the schools under the Bureau that you are not permitted to enroll a student who cannot benefit from the training, right? So if you put the school in the position of not being able to screen out a student that will not be able to benefit from the training, not because we don't want to train them, but because you're going to spend 40 grand to become a registered nurse and then not be able to become a registered nurse because the BRN won't approve your application. There are things like that we want to, maybe there's a way that we deal with, because the way that the wording of this rule or this law says that you can't have, you can still consider it, but it's supposed to be after you've kind of gone through the entire process. And so even if at the end you say, listen, this is the situation, you're never going to be able to get a license through the BRN, and so we don't want you to spend this money. It's not good for you to do that. There seems like there has to be a way to kind of tie those things together so the student can still benefit if it's possible for them to benefit, right? But then also not put them in a position of going into debt for nothing. So,
Kate, to your point, we've had internal deliberations about doing something very similar to what you just described, which is we go all the way through the admissions process, enroll a student in a program, and then prior to accrual of debt, like so in their first week of instruction or even prior to start date, doing a background check with them or having that discussion and then canceling their enrollment and backing them out. We've landed on the fence that we don't think that complies materially with the law because the student hasn't started the program. But even clarity around that point to say that you can't use it to discriminate in admissions, but you can use it to cancel enrollments post start date, or something to give us the protection and protect the student, right, from not investing in a program that won't lead to employment. One other point real quick, you did mention registered nurses. We are interpreting the law in such a way that that falls under the professional degree exemption, anything that leads specific to state licensure. And we have a corrections officer training program that includes firearms training, for example. We're not making any change there because we feel it falls in line with the law because it's a criminal justice or law enforcement training. So, but there are programs like HVAC, for example, or David gave a good example. What if you have a forgery conviction and you want to become a medical biller and coder, right? Like you're not going to get employed. And it's those gray area convictions that we're really concerned about.
So if you would mind if I just jump in, I think hearing all these examples is incredibly, incredibly helpful. I feel like I've known a little bit about these types of issues for years, but I can tell you I never would have thought HVAC and fleet insurance would be kind of the leading story that you would have talked about when you outlined the issue. So I think the more concrete examples that folks on this call can either right now or in the coming days let us know about, I think that would give us a good starting place to look into what some of the issues are. Whether there are issues that sorting out in statutory change or in regulations or other, and what those might look like, or whether there are workarounds that we can help identify or even promote. So, I don't want to, having not looked into it, I don't want to presume what the answer is, but I think it seems like given this discussion, something that worth the Bureau's time to look into.
Yeah, I mean, you can just go to the California State Board of Pharmacy website and they'll talk about, you know, if it's older than 7 years, you can get a license. If it's within 7 years, you can't. So there's just there's got to be a way to do the right thing and still make sure that nobody's discriminating against people who have paid their debt. I'm in complete agreement with you, Zima.
Joe, do you know, how do you treat, or I don't know if you have that kind of course, how do you treat people who are applying for a security guard course?
We do a criminal background check. They have to, well, we don't really have a security guard course per se, but we train for a firearms training for correctional officers. And so in that instance, they have to be eligible to have a license to carry a firearm. And so that's one of the easier programs, Margaret, because there's a specific explicit list of disqualifying convictions. Right. There's a whole universe of misdemeanor convictions, for example, that are immediately disqualifying. And we run a background check, so it's not even just only in their own disclosure.
Right, and that would fit into the exception in the statute, I think. But
it does. Yeah.
I was thinking wouldn't, for example.
Yeah, security guard wouldn't. We don't
so
offer.
There's another example.
Yeah,
where it would be an issue.
I think the other thing, and maybe Debbie for sort of next steps, but Joseph made the point about the exemption is written in there about professional degrees, but unless I'm missing it, that's not defined what that means. So a professional degree could be like it's an associate's degree that for a nurse, a professional degree because they're going to be licensed as a nurse because it's just an associate's degree, right? So what exactly falls into that category? It would seem like if it was something that leads to licensure where a criminal conviction would impact it, would have been a much better, more concise way of explaining that. But yeah, I don't know, Joseph, did you find somewhere where there was an explanation of what they meant by that? Okay, so you're just sort of best interpretation. Okay.
Right. Yeah. And I think for pharmacy tech, for example, we didn't include in our internal decision. We had a hard time calling a pharmacy tech certificate program a professional degree, right. But it does require state licensure, right? So there are a lot of open questions in that regard. And as I mentioned, we engaged in the legislative process to try to improve that law. It's a little fashionable right now. We have the same law coming up in Oregon, so a lot of states are passing that law almost on the same base language. And thus far, we haven't been effective in pleading our case that we need more leeway for these programs that lead to specific career outcomes.
Joseph, are you able to share more about what the reaction was to your concerns?
Yeah, that they were discriminatory was the primary concern, that they were concerned about schools discriminating against students based on, again, a debt already paid to society and limiting their access to education. The overwhelming emphasis is on access, which I wholeheartedly agree with, but we have these conflicting and competing demands, obviously, in our space.
There's a whole group of programs, too, where, as I recall, there's not a state license required, but there is a certification required from some kind of a nonprofit professional organization. So that's another kind of group of programs that should be considered in trying to draft language, because they might, if you say they have to be licensed, that wouldn't then reach those programs. So that's another area to look at.
On the urgency side, just one last point. This law goes into effect in July, so we're going to be complying with it, in a month. So as an urgency matter, we definitely should look for a long-term solution, but recognize that a lot of schools are going to be changing their admissions practices imminently if they haven't already to comply with the law.
Kevin, are you still in the meeting? And if you are, or I guess the question I would have is, what are the chances of being able to get an emergency bill passed that would just deal with this specific issue?
There's a complicated answer to that question, and that would be there's always a chance of something, but any kind of emergency legislation, I would say, is typically pretty slim. It's not impossible, but it would have to be cooked. and we would have to really figure out the right way to go about it. Sorry, not a satisfying answer, but that's kind of the best one I can give.
I think probably the lowest hanging fruit based on this conversation, which has been much more fruitful than I expected. Thank you all for engaging meaningfully on the topic. The lowest hanging fruit would be a definition of professional degree. If we could say professional degree means any CIP that leads to a defined universe of SOCs, right? Like if it's a career focused program, then it is by definition a professional degree. Would be helpful.
Yeah, the schools are really in a bind because I think they probably can comply with the requirements under the BPPE by having very bold warnings. You will not be able to get a job in this field if even if they don't know the person's background. But still, I think it would be preferable that they knew the person's background, because sometimes people don't even realize that what they have is something the kind of conviction that would preclude them, or they forgot about it because it happened a while ago or whatever. So it really is an emergency because you're basically trialing schools. You've got to comply with these two inconsistent laws.
I think the workaround, Joseph, that we've gone with is just we're not going to ask, but we're going to have a disclosure that says, where you got to have it, the initial that says, if you're going for this program, if you have this type of a background, you are not going to be able to get a job. Think twice before you move forward.
And that works for good schools. And the problem that we had in the past, of course, was with the schools that supposedly had such a disclosure, but so buried that students never saw it and got hooked into a program. So that's why I think ultimately a legislative fix would be helpful.
The disclosures, again, we've talked about this before. There are so many disclosures. I don't think there's a school in California that would care if you introduce more disclosures, because it is worse than buying a house, a car, or whatever else. They're no longer being read.
We don't disagree.
I think as the Bureau, if the Bureau is going to take this back and look into that, we can look into the effectiveness of disclosures as being a potential workaround. I think, in terms of, I guess, Joseph, if it sounds like this is a bit of there's other states where this has been an issue. Do you know of other states where this is already in effect, such that we might want to look and see how schools in those states are navigating it?
I'm sorry, I don't. Well, of course, we're in a universe of 8 states total, and we're fighting this law in Oregon currently, but none of the other states is it already in place. California led the charge in that regard.
Thanks for bringing it up, Joseph.
And this is the moderator. I apologize. We did have one last public comment request that popped in just as I closed the public comment panel. Would you like me to take that now?
Sure. Yeah, that's
okay.
fine.
And that's from Angela Perry. Angela, your line is open. You will have 3 minutes.
Hi, y'all. I think the moderator is talking about the comment that I was intending to give after the sunset review discussion. And I also have a comment after this discussion. So shall I give both now?
That's fine, Angela. Go ahead.
Okay. So on sunset review, I just really appreciate the discussion, the fact that the Bureau and DCA are actively participating. I am so delighted that so many of the Bureau's priorities, the Bureau and DCA's priorities from the Sunset Review Report in 2019 have been incorporated into the bill already. And as always, wanted to offer that if there are additional priorities that aren't in the bill at this time that the Bureau thinks are important, if there are ways that TCAS can be helpful in advocating for those, if there is a way to identify which those are, we would be happy to be helpful in any way that we can as Sunset goes forward. I also wanted to just take a minute to say how much I appreciate that the stakeholder list has been circulated and that there is this opportunity to sign up for information and to be part of a list that are part of stakeholders for the Bureau. That is so deeply appreciated. In terms of this discussion on SB 118, I am really glad that Mr. Holt raised this. This is an issue that TCAS has spent some time thinking about in the past as it relates to professional licensure and ensuring that students that enroll in programs are actually going to be eligible for the professional licensure that is required for their careers. We have seen too often that there are students that end up enrolling in programs, investing years of their life as well as, you know, tens of thousands of dollars, only to get to the other side and realize that they're not eligible. I would say that disclosures are generally not enough, and that I agree with Ms. Ryder that there is likely a legislative fix needed here, just because disclosures, as we all know, there are so many disclosures, and disclosures tend to not be sufficient. So a suggestion that we have made in the past is basically not allowing students to enroll in programs where they won't be eligible for licensure unless the student writes basically a handwritten declaration saying that they understand that risk and are still willing to enroll in the program, still interested for whatever reasons they have personally. That is a suggestion, but look forward to hearing what other suggestions come up, and would love to be part of a solution on this, and happy to partner in any way that we can to be helpful, because this is definitely something that we think is really important. And as always, another thing where California might have the opportunity to protect both students at in-state schools and out-of-state schools, because we aren't a member of NC-SARA, this could also be something that California could build protections in for all students. So especially excited from that perspective. With that, again, thanks as always for a very productive discussion.
Thanks, Angela. We have any other public comments, moderator?
No, that was the only one.
Okay. You know, interesting what Angela noted. I know that some schools have done something not exactly like that, but similar, where the form that the student completes is much more detailed and requires the student to initial a bunch of different things and sign the bottom that says, I understand all this. And but you know, it always kind of falls into that same, like, is it just another thing they're signing that they're not really paying attention to? And this is such an important thing for their future, that, yeah, it would be great if there was some way of getting at it a little bit more, in a little more detailed way.
And in that instance, Kate, it's interesting because you couldn't first ask them if they have a conviction to then have them write out the sentence as to why they want to do it, because you were prohibited from the first half, right? We were, so they'd have to write an essay saying, in the event that I had any conviction, which I haven't been asked about,
that I haven't told you about yet. Yeah. Okay. So, is there any other discussion on agenda item 9 from the committee? All right. Joseph, this was a great topic. Thank you for bringing it up, and I'm glad we had a chance to talk about it. Okay, so that will take us to agenda item 10, which is future agenda items. If anybody has any requests for things that should be added to what will be our regularly scheduled August meeting, now is the time.
Pete, when is that August meeting? What is the date? I didn't mean to, you or somebody. Who knows?
Yeah, I was going to say, you know what? Let's ask Richie, because I don't know if the date I have is even right.
I've got the 26th.
Okay.
I have a suggestion for this, is Margaret, and just an agenda item for the future. And I don't know that we want to do it in August, and what it would be a more major task. And I think we have some regulations we want to get moving and things before that. But just following up on what David was saying about the plethora of disclosures, and Angela was saying about the limited utility of disclosures. I think for a long time I've thought that we needed to take a look at the law overall and figure out ways to really highlight the most important disclosures so that students really do see them, and eliminate ones that are not that important so that they don't overshadow the ones that are the most important. And I would think that would include figuring out, where things have to be put in sharp relief on web pages or in social media or things like that, timing of disclosures. But I mean, I think, and I don't know that we want to do this, or maybe that's just something we should ask the Bureau to do, but maybe it's a topic that we should discuss, because I think that we all believe that we could have a better disclosure regime if we had disclosures that were really something that students would notice and understand, instead of lots of ones that nobody ever sees.
Thanks, Margaret. Anybody else? All right. I'm not sure if we need to open this one up to public comment. I'll defer to.
We should for each agenda item, Madam Chair. Forgive me for being a stickler, but that's the way it is written in the Open Meetings Act.
Not at all. That's why we're always learning here in this committee about different ways of making sure that we're doing things the right way. So if moderator, if you can open the public comment for future agenda items.
This is the moderator. We've opened the Q&A panel. If you'd like to provide any suggestions for future agenda items, please click on the Q&A icon on your screen. Type "I would like to make a comment" and submit that to all panelists. And it doesn't look like we have any requests, so I will close the panel.
All right, thank you. And thank you, moderator, for all of your work today. We appreciate it. Especially as we do one for each item. You have to open up the thing 45 different times. Thank you for doing that. So I think that concludes all of our agenda items. I want to say welcome again to Debbie and to our new members of our committee. And we'll just a reminder that we picked June 10th as the send in your thoughts to Richie about 1344, and we'll get some more information from the Bureau in the coming weeks about a potential interim meeting. And with that, I think we can adjourn and go about what's rest of our day.
Bye, everybody.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye, everybody. Thanks.
Thank you.